Glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Tui. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge, left click can see
一个能够双抓吗？但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Twee. Got a problem with that?
How do you get the charge left click? Can see
来一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
everybody, welcome to Top Clans 2021 Naraka's Winter Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host today, Renee. Naraka's Winter Invitational has been in the 4th day today and which has entered the white hot stage. We'll wait and see and enjoy the drastic runoff. Today's matches will be live streamed on Twitch in English, Thai, and Vietnamese with exclusive Immortal Treasure drops. Don't forget to check out the Naraka Blade Point channel and Top Clan channel. We also have live on Nimo TV, Video, EGG Network, Facebook, and YouTube. Special thanks to our local livestream partner, Minaski. After struggling to cope with the other powerful counterparts in the last day of group stage, Bamboo Esports won 3 games in a row and their total score has reached 252.8 points, which is the highest amount of. Today is the first day of our grand final and we'll know who's going to the World Championship real soon. Of course, a good caster is indispensable to a good game. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a warm welcome to our casters. Hi Raph, hi Arctic, how you doing?
Doing fine. What about you, Theo? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Hope you're doing well.
And I was wondering, in yesterday's matches, did any of the teams has exceed your expectations?
I mean, do you want to take this draft or maybe should
I mean, actually, okay, guys. So here's the thing, right? This question has been asked off screen. Actually got me thinking a lot. I mean, VTR, they had that fantastic stretch, but unfortunately, as much as we want to see them compete today, the points have been so scarce, Articuno.
Yeah, definitely. I'd have to agree with Raph there. And just the teams that have been performing over the past 3 days pretty much lived up to that expectation. So we'll have to see how it all goes down in the playoffs today, Renee.
Okay, let's let the casters lead the audience enjoy today's game.
Yes, there you go. Thank you so much, Renee, for opening up the show. Super excited. Once again, quick introduction. I'm Mark, pick with me is Raph, and you all are tuning into the Naraka Winter Invitational right here at Top Clans 2021. One of the first we get where we see some of the best in our region duke it out. Now that, it's been quite the journey. Started off with a total of 64 teams, and we managed to trim it all the way down to the 16 of the biggest and baddest coming out of the group stage. Now, big question is, in a scenario where they're going to be going at it in a best of 5, it's going to be a long day for a lot of these teams, a lot of matches to be played out. But you know what? For us spectators, it's going to be all the more exciting action. But first and foremost, let's go ahead and talk about today, Raph. How are you doing, by the way?
Honestly, I'm still waiting for my caffeine to kick in, but a lot of thoughts regarding the game has been it's been floating around my head. Again, there's just so many questions to ask and a lot of games to watch today. But above all else, I'm super excited because this is going to be yet another stepping stone for our players and another proving ground for Naraka. And come on, I mean, who won't be excited? You know what I mean? With the matches that we've had throughout our group stages, with a lovely host like Renee, and with such a fantastic event like this, it's just such a great way to round out such a nascent game, very recent game.
I have to agree with you. In which case, let's go ahead and give our audience a little bit of a preview of what is ahead. Like we said, we've already had the past 3 days of group stage. We're currently on day 4, as Renee said, which is going to be our final best of 5. It's going to be 2 days of best of 5, so a lot of opportunity for these 16 teams to rack up a lot of points. But from what we've seen over the past days, we have some clear favorites which managed to build up earlier on. The question is, will that trend continue now that they're put together in this one big cluster? That is the playoffs. We'll find out, of course, in just a bit. Now, quick recap of how these points are going to be playing out. Raph, would you actually do the honors?
And here we are. Oh my goodness. Once again, guys, just a quick reminder how the point system works. Yes, there are placement points, but what players are really after is the kills multiplier. The more you survive and the more kills you get, of course, your snowball is going to be unstoppable. And that's what the players have been doing, notably Bamboo, who's been pretty confident. Hopefully we get to see that confidence today. But it does get incredibly punishing when you fall below top 10. You only get half a point for your placement, and the kills multiplier, they definitely dwindle to just the base number of one. So a lot of these teams, even though there's only 16 of them, they're still vying for that top spot.
And it's gonna count all the more today. And you imagine you have a total of 10 matches ahead. All those points
That's
will
right.
kind of get accumulated. And speaking of, the reason why they're gonna want to get as much points as possible is because of the prizes we have for today. So depending on a team's ranking, they could get a huge chunk of that massive prize pool we have right here at the Naraka Winter Invitational today. Top of which, 26,000 US dollars. I'm pretty sure for a lot of countries within Southeast Asia converted. That's as Raf actually highlighted yesterday. I already hit 7 digits for some currencies for some of these teams playing in the tournament. So definitely something to keep in mind for these playoff teams, because for one of them, they're going to be getting a huge chunk of that to take home towards the end of these 2 days of playoffs. And for those of you that have been tuning in, we already have some very clear favorites in this tournament based on how they've managed to perform. But as we said, the question still stands: how will they fare once they go up against each other? But one thing's for sure, towards the end of it, we're going to have our winners. Let's go ahead and run down those finalists which did manage to make it. Of course, we'd like to congratulate Infinity Evos, Full Sense, Perry Party, Impunity Esports, Kingsman, Toman Esports, PH1, 496 Gaming, Bamboo Shoots, VN, Warrior Shield, 3T, Bamboo Esports, TGE, Wins, and We Create Legends, all of which are going to be our 16 teams competing for the top spot in our playoffs. It's going to be quite the grueling 2 days ahead, but very excited, of course, as casters, and I'm pretty sure for our audience as well, to catch more of that Naraka action. More games means more opportunity to witness some of the top teams in play.
Absolutely. We already highlighted how dominant Bamboo was. Again, 280 something points, 250 something points. Still not a joke. But again, guys, the competitive nature of all of this, I'm at a loss for words again. I know it's only the beginning of the day, but just looking at these teams, looking how they're gonna approach this, just once again. A different type of confidence going into the top 16, because top 16, naturally everybody is going to be a lot more stacked, a lot more prepared. So there could be that extra nervousness, that extra mental stack that people have to be aware of. Once again, here we are, guys, at our top 16. Again, if there are any teams that you really want to root for, don't be shy. Be interactive, cheer for them. They need all that energy. They're gonna notice that when they review their VODs and whatnot, and they're gonna appreciate every single one of you.
Absolutely. And yeah, with all said and done, don't forget as well to tune in. There's some good stuff ahead for you folks in the audience as well. I know in typical Top Clans 2021 tradition, we all know that we have those bits and pieces of codes that we put out every now and then. So be sure to be on the lookout for them.
Yep. And I think it was in the group stage where we got like what, 500K, which is honestly, it's a big help when you're trying to unlock everybody. If you need to buy more skins, maybe get the exchanger for some silk and do all of that. Do pay attention, guys. We still have a lot more to give. Speaking of give, Articuno, we did see that prize pool. We highlighted first place, which is 26,000 US dollars. Everybody else got a good chunk too. I mean, it was no joke looking at that prize pool. Even our second place, our third place is even bigger than some of the tournaments we've seen in different titles and whatnot, and in recent history as well.
Yes, have to agree with you there. And I guess with just having made it to the playoffs, being the top 16 in this invitation, that's already a huge accomplishment in itself for these teams, bragging rights, if you will. But of course, something that you would want to make things all the more worthwhile, something even more worth bragging for, is being able to place higher amongst these juggernauts in participation. So definitely something to look forward to. And we'd like to thank everybody that has joined us over these past days, or even those that have just tuned in. It's a great Saturday. I know it's been a busy week for a lot of people, even for some of our spectators, especially with the holidays looming. So hope you guys just sit back, relax, enjoy your weekend. We're glad you can join us to put some more of these top teams in play. And if you like what you see what you like, because I know that a good number of our audience happens to play some of the other games that we would typically see here at Top Clans 2021 for this year. Definitely worth checking out here in Naraka. If you have a PC unit that is more than capable of playing the game, highly suggest you guys do. I was telling Raph yesterday, it's normally not a genre that I dive into or even cast, but I've been enjoying the experience so far and actually managed to throw in some games in the process of preparation. And even after this, especially if I get to play with friends, it's a game to enjoy for sure.
Definitely. And guys, since we are still kind of, getting ready for everything, League Operations doing their best to give us the most buttery smooth viewer experience we have. This is the perfect time to go grab a snack, go grab a drink, settle in, maybe call a friend, tell them, hey, you want to watch Naraka with me? Maybe even buy Naraka, party up. Maybe we can try for next Top Clans. Maybe we can try for the next Invitational. Go ahead, guys. You have the floor and the room to do so.
Yes. And speaking of Top Clans, in which case, continue to tune in because our team, the people behind Top Clans, have a lot more in store for you guys. Continue to tune into the Top Clans page for even more announcements on tournaments and live streams for your viewing pleasure for other games under this prestigious event that we have. Always something to look forward to around this time, December. So hope you all continue to stick around and watch out while we wait for these teams. First, we're just making sure that all our teams are ready to go before we dive into the game. Don't go anywhere. We're already actually where to go in just a bit. So in which case, you know what? We're not going to prolong it any longer. We're going to head straight into it. It is going to be game number 1 in today's best of 5. Top 16 with the biggest and baddest going to duke it out. Of course, only one can prevail towards the end. Who is it going to be? A lot of favorites, a lot of underdogs. We'll find out as we head straight into it. Let's get this action going.
I'm still gonna say that like 496 is one of the, I wouldn't say underdogs, but they really have a good chance. I've been looking at them all group stage. They've been very calm. I love their playstyle, the fact that they are very poke heavy at first, but they do end up with a hard commit when they get when they're given the chance. But right now, still kind of gearing upward, I would assume. Just yet another quick rundown. Infinity has shown the capacity to snowball out of control. We did see them get 80 points in a single day, which is something that's a little unheard of, especially considering there were only, 3 games when that happened. Impunity and PHI, again, a lot of these teams are a bit of a wild card.
It's going to be interesting to see how going into this playoff. I keep on talking about how it'll be interesting to see some of these top teams go up against each other. So, that said, one team we want to pay particular attention to is Bamboo Esports. As far as the points go, I'm honestly quite big looking up at the stats. So that said, can't be ignored. If you look at even top 1 place, I am under attack. No other team managing to go beyond the 200 market. So that's definitely something worth noting. But then again, like I said, it's going to be a different ballgame once we put all these top teams together. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not the dominance of Bamboo Esports will not only reflect in their group, but also in this cluster of playoffs now that they're going up against top teams, and whether or not this could also be a gauge test to see which groups might have been much more competitive than the other. That's something I'm excited to witness going into this.
Yeah, and we're still getting teased by our final 16 teams poster here, guys. Just, you know, kind of waiting for everything to get going. We are going to get into the game very, very soon. But, yeah, again, guys, just buckle up. We still have a very long game and a long day ahead of us. So enjoy this final screen while you can. But I guess we were on the topic of holidays. I guess it is the perfect time to pick up a new game. That new game being Naraka. Go ahead, pick it up. It did go on sale a few weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. I think it is on sale right now. So, yeah, go ahead, pick it up, guys. You have no reason not to.
We'll have some good deals out there that you can take advantage of if you want to purchase Naraka. And I think one of my favorite aspects in which case is how when you go to the website. Oh, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna hold off on that pitch for now because we finally get in on the action.
That's right, and Evos, who has been one of the teams that we've been looking at a lot, especially early on in our matches, is already looking to brawl it out with yet another team here, and it's going to be team number 12. Already grabbed somebody as Leone with this Italian form, but is going to be demoted back to being a human being. Gonna powder up that Bane Breath. Wow, so early. So early to spend that Bane Breath.
Okay,
Let
so
my friends be healed!
going into it, yeah, 3 teams dealing with a lot from all across. So get some support from fellow teammates, but then again, gotta be careful. I feel like the Eagles might want to not allow themselves to try to decimate their team. Already starting to look for their holes, but very smart teams and trying to work with the structure, but unfortunately not going to work out for the movie. Gets pulled in by 3T, and 3T doing the job here, trying to look for whatever angles that they can try to get a pin, but unfortunately that's going to be expired as our good comrade here goes back to mortal form and goes back to some good old post-cross call.
That's right, and it looks like there's no breaks in our action here as the teams are still committing a lot to this. We already have a Valdeki ult out on the field here. They still do both have respawn beat. So I think they're just kind of doing this for points right now. Oh man, nearly getting caught by the tech trap. There is Taiza, but does manage to roll out just with a tiny bit of armor. No binding prayer coming out from any of the sides as of the moment. Both on cooldown. Beautiful Dragon Slayer. Man, Taiza's taking so much hits here. Surprised that he's still alive, but 3T look to turn this around. Taking Evos, but Leone has another Titan Skull available. Very quick. But it does look like 3T are going to try and heal up and just kite Leone here. The rest of Evos still trying to make an impact here, as once again a very important and a focal point in this fight is getting kited to all hell, and 3T look to make a bit of an exit already.
Yeah, 3T, great use of structure there to prevent Leone from getting a pull on any of them. It's not going to give Leone any benefit whatsoever to that transition.
The wind screams.
This could be a great time for the team to go back to the start to take note. Evo starting to look forward in numbers again, but 3T just very focused on going for Leone, but it looks like 3T will have to back the lead as these numbers start to pull up again. Taisa gonna maybe look to try to get some support, but has to be protecting himself. Off the floor, his armor not left in this area, but Leone though, going straight in, takes so much right there, just a little slither of health before he's about to go down. Tries to gain some distance away from the members of 3T while the rest of people deal with the rest of them.
That's right, they did spend, or at least burn the respawn beats already, but this fight is still ongoing. TM though, they have a bit of an idea what's going on, but they look to third party this as late as they can. The cannon fire is already coming out. It's an early gold cannon, making this incredibly problematic for both 3T and Evos. Taiza gets an inkling of what's about to happen, tries to maybe scramble for high ground here and just try to reconnect with Tenoshi. Junko has run out of respawn beads, so he might have to sit this one out. They can't even get to his body as of the moment. But now on the other side of the world, it's WCL versus Impunity. And you're rocking the greatsword here, just trying to catch out Ling Wu. or rather Ling, and catches him out. Beautiful, beautiful stun. Well placed, basically everything there. Impunity, I think they read out the last respawn beads as well of WCL. Early exit, not the greatest start, but again, this is the first game of 5, so we still have a long day to go.
Yeah, I still have a little bit of luxury to work with. But for the teams that are still in it, actually most of the 3T just no room to breathe already in yet another fight going up against TM. And Chunko just looking for a window of opportunity, but so does TM Sakame. So it's like both sides just kind of nailing each other out, not really finding any opportunities to get a pull onto their opposition. It's really only a matter of time before they get the one. So I think for both teams, it's like safe to say, managed to avoid and fishing for one good team is ready to have taken him down then and there.
I'm curious why 3T decided to stay in Shadow Jade. Maybe their guess was, oh, maybe Evos was trying to use this respawn gauge. But again, with TM just right around the corner, maybe there was no advanced recon for them. As 3T are definitely paying for their sins. Just a bit of a play that put them out of position. We are going to be looking at Bamboo and TGE, who've been fairly strong throughout the entire series. We see our first Temulk here in the form of Rip 113. Does have a spear in hand too, making him all that more dangerous, as Bamboo going for this pick and pop playstyle, still poking as hard as they can. They're waiting for somebody's armor to crack and then they're gonna jump. But last I checked, I did see NDQA down, so that's something that they have to take into account for. Pampy is definitely gonna have a lot of issues here, as Evos was also lying in wait in Shadow Jade. So much activity in Shadow Jade, and it doesn't look like it's gonna stop anytime soon. The Zephyr Prison is coming out, and this is making it infinitely harder for TM to move. Pampy gets slammed down, but since he has a healthy amount of armor, it's not really gonna do much. This is gonna prompt Yoni to be a bit more passive here. His armor is only white, and he's down to half health. Doesn't even have a decent melee weapon to work with. Could have potentially been parried out, but there is a pile. All he has to do now is to pray, but oh no, those prayers were not answered. Only given a bunch of spools in Vitalia.
Yeah, Leone just trying to scout out what he can. Although, luckily for Leone, on the flip side, doesn't really have to worry about teams just yet, but it looks like there will eventually be first emerging as we switch on over here to Honcho. A lot of players that could be encountering sometimes. TGE is within the vicinity, taking cover around this structure as BBS already starts to close in on them. The question is, are they going to meet up? Because TGE looks like they have other ideas.
And one of these teams right now, once again, a fairly innocuous start. Well, at least for BBS, this is the first time we're going to be checking onto them. They are fairly kitted, and they've done a good job of that all throughout the group stage. Does look like it's translating fairly well onto the playoffs. TGE, they're looking for a more ideal place to fight in, but Hancho could be caught out of position here, as the distance between him and the rest of his team has already closed out as I was talking about it. It's TGE, actually, that's kind of avoiding the fight as of the moment. If they got their loot, they're happy about it. No need to fight. None of the ults are up anyway. Barring one, which is Temulk's on Rip 113. And the Sacred Circle, by the way, for Ethan, pardon me. Again, the most important one, which is the Titan's Call. Still not up. They want that for the aggression, the potential to isolate. As FS, they do take a bit of a fight here. It does look like they did get NDQA up, but potentially would not last long, because this looks like it's going to be a bit of a scramble between these two teams.
FS playing a little bit of Distancia Amigo as they try to close out the gap between themselves as well as Bamboo. Now, Bamboo not really going for a full commit onto them, just making sure that they keep their distance in the process of FS's chase. Olivier, make sure to keep an eye on him, but looks like they will just take a breather for now. And look towards the bottom of your screen, folks. You have that code ready to redeem some gifts for you viewers here at Coplands 2020 Odyssey 1124. And yeah, as we go on back into the game here, it's like a little bit chill here for Bamboo. They did get a bit of a moment to breathe in the midst of full senses. not in pursuit of their plight, so they're going to be A-okay, just looking out for some loot for now.
I don't think Bamboo Esports has run a Valdaki the entire tournament. They've been sticking with the Suyoto Hime. A lot more utility, I would assume, especially with that F3, blocking out a lot of those light attacks and those range attacks. But talking about attacks, Nail and the rest of TM have found themselves in the middle of 496. Cigar Ash and the rest of the boys are gearing up for a bit of a fight. Does look like they're trying to lead them into the funnel here, trying to remove that terrain advantage away from Akame. But 496, oh no, Nineshade gets caught out, gets tossed to the ground. But fortunately for him, no follow-up yet. He's not going to be as healthy as he wants to be. Look at this. Infinity, they jump right into the mix and make this infinitely harder for any of these teams to really succeed. Nail's armor has already disappeared. The single circle did get popped. Not sure if they were using the burst variation in the armor or the standard one, but Gao TV doesn't live long enough to really see the fruits of that, as TM, they are over yonder here. Infinity being a little more peaceful, or rather 496, as Infinity is the one to retreat. They did lose one member, and it does look like Impunity is gonna jump right into this one too. So once again, a mosh pit scenario.
Yeah, and
I'll pay you back with a poem.
so far, oh, yeah, just playing around the edge here, not going to engage players anyone just yet. I mean, we have hit that point where we're 14 minutes into the game, a little bit of a lull, but take even with 14 minutes, it's still 30 alive. That's roughly not around 10 teams, if ever each squad has their full 3 leaders in this case.
Yep, and 496, same with Impunity. Oh, no, actually, no, Impunity do end up running into some of the Bamboo players, but there's a lot of commitment being thrown out. The Bane Breath getting tossed for this pretty much guaranteed blessing control for Impunity. They've been a bit more aggressive with this, which is a good game plan. A lot of those wins from the group stage from across the teams, it have something to do with all those crate weapons, like, you know, the Blood Ripper and whatnot. Hopefully this time around Impunity's fortunes will smile upon them. They do get the gold katana and the gold armor on top of Simpson, making them just a tiny bit tankier. But KGM, they have their hands full with Quince, as a lot of the ults are getting chucked out. Dame doesn't have the mobility to escape this Zephyr prison. And Genji, looking to be the aggressor, nearly gets one, but throwing palms downhill, not the easiest thing to do. Is already tagged up to half. The Binding Prayer and the heal might keep him alive just for another moment, but his armor situation is not looking too good. Dame getting peppered away too. Genji has to stay out of the fight and has to spectate this exchange between BBS and Quince, as the rest of his boys are also getting peppered. I think he's pondering if he can resurrect Dame, or rather, yeah, Dame. But in this situation, I understand where the hesitation is coming from.
Absolutely. And just looking at how it's going here. Martinez, this is one of the moments where we get a peek at BBS here, TGE. Going towards getting a few hits from the distance while they try to regroup over here, look at what they can gather as well. And who knows, we're gonna have to see. Looks like no fights are being looked for just yet as we transition over to QE. Not really much for them in the vicinity, just looking to scout ahead, maybe get a better vantage point as we start to hit the later part of this game. Take their clock, folks, less than 12 minutes into it right now.
I didn't even notice, like, I thought we were still in the 18-minute mark, but again, time flies. A beautiful, beautiful observation there by Articuno. We are going to be going in for a bit more of a positional battle here. The time to be a bit more greedy with points has come to a close. I'm not entirely sure how this last circle is going to look like, though, and if some of these teams held on to the Bane Breath for that type of situation. Yeah, Bamboo looks to continue their dominance. They are up all their members, but they did encounter quite a number of teams on their way. Thankfully, though, it does look like Bamboo Shoots are taking a little bit of the attention away from Bamboo Esports, as they are getting stared down by both Impunity and Quince. TGE are right around the corner. This could be a bit of a mess if none of these teams have a Bane Breath for this Morris Blessing here. They do try to get the high ground, but like I mentioned, there is yet another team lying in wait, and it's going to be TGE. Huncho, though, no hesitation whatsoever to jump, but does get parried, has to pop that Divine Belt to keep him safe. TGE already in a terrible, terrible HP disadvantage. Looking to turn this around as the Omnibus Blade might get expended here. Hunter getting caught by that Abyssal Aura and gets stunned for a moment. TGE nearly lands the palm, but not in time as Huncho pops his own Titan's Call. This could be very, very dangerous for TG as they already started this match off the back foot. Or rather, this duel between Snack and the rest of BBS at the back foot. They could equalize with this grab though. They don't have enough time. Snack could die on the check, but he does roll away. Martinez doesn't land anything with the Omnibus Blade Articuno.
Yeah, look at this though. It's a full-on brawl. Four squads in the vicinity. Talking about bamboo shoots. And wait a minute. I was talking about 4. Let's make it 5. A squad number 6. Kingsman slowly starting to close in. Maybe wanting in on that as well. Gotta be careful though. Could get really bloody if you're not careful. Looks like teams realizing the bulk of players. Just want to establish some form of vantage point first off. It looks like it's going to be a fight for the top of the structure, however. PGE just going down. Looks like they're going to bring the fight down over to KGM. KGM decide to back away, though, as TGE will just gladly take the upper vantage point.
Yeah, the Kingsman here, a little light on gear. They do have Dame on white armor. Blue Katana, which is serviceable at this point. The Blessing is right there. Incredibly tantalizing and tempting for these players, but BBS, they understand they're getting stared down by a bunch of muskets from that tower. They don't want to deal with that as of the moment, but TM is to be the opportunist in the situation. They jump in. Binding Prayer is going to come out, but it doesn't look like they're going to be committing too much on anything. Both TM members are actually down here, and Nail could be the last person alive. TM not looking too healthy. Nail fighting for his life, trying to escape. But is he allowed to do so is the question. Slows and the rest of Bamboo, they really want this bad. The rest does come out, but what can Pampy really do with this amount of HP? Tries to blue focus up, so any stray bullet wouldn't hit him. But the commitment dive from Bamboo is gonna garner them yet another point. They do kind of give a position here. Yet another Morris Blessing around the corner. FS are in prime position to take that. But there's already a bit of cannon fire and a bit of musket fire from the Kingsmen on top of this red tower.
Yes, sir. And we'll just keep on getting traded out here. FS Shea Burger tries to get a few hits, but Bamboo already in the far off distance. FS just having good control over this area. But take note, TM is also just very much within distance. Gets spotted out by FS here, but of course as a lone man, don't want to have to deal with the fuller squad with just such a heavy vantage point right here. QE just within the distance along with Impunity. So just all these teams, all a matter of time. Eventually they will have to fight it out. 7 minutes into the game, and take note, corruption is already spreading.
That's right. Blessing has been looted here. TG still trying to look for anything they can salvage. Maybe go for a quick swap. But a lot of open ground here. And this is not somewhere a lot of teams want to be, considering how prevalent the cannons and the muskets have been. Divine Bell is going to get popped by Ish. Still getting wailed on by Quince. Gets disjointed by the rest of his team. And Mines looks to isolate the fight. Ish pops the Titan's Call just in time to, again, shoo off any would-be attackers. Unfortunately for him, Rip 113 is already down. Tries to get a snipe on anybody here. Really anybody. Can't seem to find his stroke and his rhythm. As Rethan does get Rip 113 successfully rezzed. Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. Equalizing the ground just by a tiny bit. And now we are going to be back in the mix as Ish is going to try and get away from this because his armor is almost non-existent. But Bamboo, quick to collapse, quick to break, and quick to kill. And NGQA getting the short end of the stick here too. Pops the Titan Call just in time. Nearly gets for Ethan here as NDQA still trying to throw out those palms. But Bamboo doing a good job of using this to reposition themselves. a lot of visibility getting denied by this fauna and this tree. 113 though is gonna rest in peace as that Temo high value in the last circle will not be in play. And wow, what a snipe by NDQA, the MVP of that fight. But can't really get any follow-up damage though. There's a bit of a stray here from the King's men fighting amongst TGE and Bamboo. This is NDQA's time to get that armor back up and get that longevity extended even more so.
Yes, sirree. And man, the fights are starting to continue here. Bamboo gonna get a nice collapse here onto Genji, just pushing him into the corruption for extra measure. Man, oh man, talk about overkill right there. But Bamboo just gonna continue to play comfortably towards the edge of this corruption. Let's go ahead and see those TG. It looks like they're gonna go straight in. I'm not sure if Ish was ready for the onslaught as Bamboo just converging onto him, not giving it a chance to breathe over here. Meanwhile, the rest of TG, they do try to skedaddle, and looks like they're going to end up bumping into the rest of the teams here as it's going to go back into a full-on brawl. But nope, looks like Bamboo just going to decide to take a chance to regroup and recover before they engage into the messiness of those fights happening just right past them.
I love that instant jump vertical by NDK just to maximize that mini stun off the grapple here. And Bamboo, so refined. A lot of these small plays that we get super impressed by, but the Flamebringer by Chicken looks to be the one to create a lot of rotisserie out of these players. But Nail, you hate to see that. Gets stuck, gets burned, gets shot by a gold cannon, disappears from existence entirely. The Quince boys over here with Loves already found yet another Titan's Call to their name. Trying to wreak havoc on 496 here, but 496 try to kite as much as they can. Oh boy, an action-packed last 5 minutes for you, ladies and gentlemen, watching as Minds try to pepper down this, it's still NDQA. Wow, NDQA doing such a great job of staying alive. Loves have to pop that Divine Bell, but doesn't keep him alive for as long as he wants. As 496 with a well-placed and well-timed attack. Meanwhile, the rest of Quigs and Bamboo are very much engaged with each other. FS is right on the other side of this hill. The Zephyr Prison is going to be expended here, but this is gonna buy Quigs just a tiny bit of time. The full charge right clicks, they do come out. Cigar Ash and I believe that is Nine Shade. Yes, it is. They do get slowed down. Cigar Ash kind of holding on for his life here, spamming that crouch, hoping that that fire damage isn't going to finish him off. Does still have a number of Vitalia, but no armor powder. Jumps into the corruption accidentally, but now he finally heals up. He takes a little away from his teammate, Nine Shade. Maybe goes for the res, but no, still getting peppered away. Bamboo still has not left 496 alone. And this has proven to be so problematic for them.
Yes, sir. And looks like, wow, gets a nice pull in right there. Gotta be very, very happy if you are on the side of 496. And looks like they're gonna try to go for more, in which case they can only 10 alive. We're still seeing a few looking to get back up as we hit only take note less than 3 minutes into the game, guys. This zone is gonna be a full-on brawl between all these teams. There's nowhere for them to go.
Let my friends
but
be
fight.
healed!
Fight indeed, as that Flamebringer was wreaking havoc in that tiny corner here. The only respite they have is that tree, but now it's not in the play zone. Chicken did have a bit of a nightmare with this Flamebringer in our previous outing, but it does look like he's the one to bring on the pain. Does get chucked into the corruption. That slow might have actually killed him, and it did. But oh my goodness, the minor slow from the Viper Ningle kind of screwed him over there, but it doesn't really matter. The rest of Impunity are trying to fight, and by the rest of Impunity, I mean Simpson. He's trying to grapple as many people as he can. He's trying to dance around, but the attention is all on him. Bamboo, FS, and every single team alive in this final circle are scrambling for all those points and kills. FS has done such a great job of staying alive. Simpson trying to play spoiler here, but it's not meant to be. He does fall. NDQA doing as much damage as he can as the rest of Bamboo fend off these FS attackers. The Sacred Circles did come out. FS doing a great job of staying within that. Now, NDQA can't really do much. Only has the golden greatsword. I mean, you know, he can do a lot, but not as much as he could in the Vajra form. Olivier could potentially fall here. Bamboo looks to focus fire him. They do get double down, but they still manage to stay alive. The Ominous Blade doing quite a bit of damage, but no, Unique is dead. that is going to be a big detriment for Bamboo, especially without that Sacred Circle. And FS, they position themselves perfectly. They engage in those fights at the most opportune time. We are going to be looking at our scoreboard here with a lot of activity throughout all our players.
Yeah. Oh, man. Quite showing here coming in from MS. Ladies and gents, your winner for our first game of the day in this best of 5. Congratulations, in which case, just crazy action that we got towards the end of it all, and no surprises from what we've seen. If you guys saw the quick glimpse of the rankings along with the what both sides managed to break up, it does seem that it's very consistent with which teams we've been seeing at the tippity top from the group stage.
Yeah, again, just this has been the recurring theme for every single top tier game that we've casted, is that the final circle is always going to be so hard to dissect at the first glance or just one glance alone. I love how FS remained passive. They played defensive all throughout those last 2 minutes. The moment they saw Bamboo lose one member, and the moment they saw the Sacred Circle about to expire, that's when they jumped in. They even popped their own. They basically overwhelmed a lot of those players with superior timing, and of course their dueling skills were fantastic. I'm not entirely sure which team that Viper Ning was from, but man, the moment she popped that ult, the minor slow just kind of shoved her out of the play area and got her killed. So that's something that they have to ponder upon when they do get that R&D going, Articuno.
Yeah, just one of those few moments that might not have gone quite towards what they were hoping for, but nonetheless, that has been game guys. Just game number 1. Looking forward to seeing how those points are gonna play out in the full sense of this. Take note, full sense actually the second team from Group A, managing to contend with a lot of our top ones from the other groups. So it's a good sign from them so far. Looks like they're going into these playoffs with a lot of bravado, a lot of confidence, and it's gonna be quite the treat to see how that translates into the overall start of points, first blood, if you will, for this playoffs.
That's right. And full sense, returning back to the form that we saw in our first day where they took a bunch of W's. Again, the days are kind of a little muddy for me as there is a lot of action to digest. And we'll be looking at all that action just in a tiny moment as we are prepping the highlights for everybody, prepping the scoreboards as well. Looking at this though, it does look like Bamboo already have a set game plan in motion. Meanwhile, 496, actually no, just the rest of the teams. It's kind of hard to say that they don't have a plan too. I'm sure they do, but Bamboo have been the ones that have been the most successful employing them. I said have been like what, twice in the last 2 seconds. Just Naraka is so fast that I can't really formulate as many words as I can or as much as I should.
I can't really blame you. I mean, it's just so quick paced, and especially if there's anything like actually like just the last few minutes of that game 1 alone. And if you like, even yesterday I recall like so many fights breaking out within 1 single distance. It's hard to catch up sometimes. Such high octane, high velocity gameplay that we see from this emerging esports title. But you know what? This is what I've been waiting for, Raph. The total tally of points right here. While FS might have been the last team standing, with all other criteria considered, it's actually Bamboo Esports that will come up on top as far as the points. The more important factor right here, 23.8 to start this off. Not really surprising right here. Bamboo Esports, as far as which team managed to garner the most points from the group stage. They were the one that was able to pull off the sole 252, the over 200s amongst all these other teams, which fell a few points short of doing that. So very consistent with our expectations for today. And just as I said, including all the other teams that managed to emerge with the better points in this game 1. Very consistent with our rankings from the group stage. Again, still looking for those surprises from the other teams, which teams can kind of beat the odds as far as what their performance was in the group stage going into the playoffs. But so far, very much up to expectation.
Absolutely. But we look at the points, we look at the point spread again. When there's success, there's also the opposite of success. Have no fear for every single fan. There's still a lot of games to play. But yeah, a lot of these teams are very, very competitive. Bamboo Shoots not having the greatest of starts. Big contrast to their sister team in Bamboo Esports, who once again have a considerable lead. But again, guys, we are going to be showing you all the highlights of that previous match. We are going to be going on a short break, but stay tuned for way more Naraka action. My name's Raph. I've been joined by Articuno. Stay tuned.
外に持ってった外に持ってったやはり
Get the charge left click. Can Xenon
来一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Naraka Winter Invitational right here at Top Clans 2021. Arctic once again with you along with Raph, and we've just finished game number 1. Take note, it is the playoffs already. We're on day 4. It is a best of 5 that we're playing now today, and quick recap of what happened. Full Sense emerging as the last team standing. However, as far as the points roll out, we do have other criteria to consider, which adds up to the points, and it is in fact our top team from the group stage, Bamboo Esports, who has emerged at the top of the pack in the lead. But it is just game number 1. Points are still very much manageably within distance of each other. Let's go ahead and see if we see any shakeups as far as the ranks. But so far, Raph, how you feeling after that game number 1?
I had to take a bit of a dip into your poster there as my little baby dog is kind of asking for attention. But yeah, game 1, again, it's really just the refinement of the meta. I was just talking about this off screen with you, how the meta for Naraka might actually see a potential shakeup, and that's honestly so healthy for the scene itself and the game, because I know a lot of people don't want to see the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. But again, still we're in the very infancy of this game, and we already have such a massive prize pool, by the way. So as the game continues, We might see more Tarka Gs. We might see more Mataris. A lot of people are, oh, but we already see a lot of Mataris and solos. We ain't talking about solos. We talking about trios. We want to see that variety. We want to see the strategy. And I'm honestly so hopeful for Yushan to rear his head in our future tournaments. But for right now, the name of the game is the Titans Call. It's Naraka Tian High Point, as chat affectionately calls it. But we are going to be jumping right into the game to see a little bit more action. Well, not a bit, a lot of action.
A lot of action indeed, Raph. Ladies and gents, come on. It is game number 2 right here in our first specified for the playoffs. We're looking at top 16 of the biggest and baddest headed in on Battlefield. So let me see if Full Sense as well as Bamboo Esports can keep up the initial momentum that they have by getting those top spots. Or we see another team rise above the rest. We'll find out as we head on to it.
That's right. It's a little foggy here in the Expanse, but Gao TV looked to have a bit more clarity with their Infinity looked to have a bit more clarity with their game plan here. There is a respawn altar very close if they choose to take an early fight, and if they have enough resources, or rather enough resources in the area to get that early Bane Breath. But it does look like Warrior Shield and Quinns are gonna engage in manly fisticuffs. Although Love doesn't get the parry, he does get the clash, doesn't survive for too long, as D96 is gonna make sure of that. Quinns gets wiped out very, very early. They do have that respawn bead, and I think they might have to relocate here. Again, the loot is so precious. The snowball effect in this game is very, very noticeable, especially in trios, as D96 and the rest of the boys are gearing up for yet another skirmish with a potential returning Quinn squad.
Yes, sir. And yeah, interestingly enough, it's very chill start here for WS. Not really needing to worry about any teams, but you know who does need to worry about these teams? It is squad number 10 and 12, which will find themselves fighting in a structure here. BBS and 3T just going straight at it. Huncho wanting in onto, actually decides to switch over onto the other members, both Kaiza as well as Taisha. Kanoshi right there, looking for an opening. We do find members of BBS just keeping some distance amigo, as we do see another party enter the fray for this area, but it does look like both sides would want to call it quits for now. Don't want to go full commit just yet, especially this early on. Looks like just going to find the wits and look to see what else they can get in the area.
Yeah, that's right. I'm looking at Parry Party right now. They do have bamboo shoots right below them. Rainman has to consider getting a bit better armor before they can really engage. Ethan, beautiful attack here onto Infinity. Does get that full charge horizontal going. Trying to go for the mix-up here, but narrowly dodging everyone else's attacks, and it does look like Infinity is going to be in a bit of a loop here. As TGE, wow, the fortunes turn almost instantly. Almost instantly. I was just talking about how TGE had a bit of an advantage there, but Infinity, well, they are always in the realm of possibility of turning it around, but the weapon situation for them is the greatest, as you already see a gold katana getting Dragon Slayered by BBS here, as Martinez will have to expend this ominous blade, and the Sacred Circle is going to come out as well, healing up all these players, keeping them tip-top shape. With an exchange once more. Even bigger mess as Freaky Strunko is going to fall. Hancho, interestingly enough, does find Taiza in the midst of everything. And that is going to be a respawn beat already being burned. The last member of Hancho's squad, or rather that other squad, it escapes me, it's 3T, it's Tenoshi, has to play the distance game here. Only has a white sword available, and all this loot sacrificed too. Not the greatest armor powders, but serviceable at the very least.
And wow, you know what is serviceable is Brutality switching to Titan, looking for a target to pull and tries to go for Toby. Looks like not gonna quite the connect, but let's quite the distance established right there from 496. Of course, for Gao TV, we'll just have to take a breather, and all real targets taking advantage of going into his prior form. But you know what? Also as well, there's more than enough opportunity for a future recovery. But it looks like 496 has different ideas. They want to capitalize on this. Going in onto Gao TV. That's going to be 2 members of 496 collapsing onto him. Gao TV tries to make the escape. Grab Forest. Grab Forest will happen. It's going to fall straight down to Oblivion. And going with the members of 496 has a left on them. And Ian and Warren Beats are getting messy. Resident Evil. They need to try to respond right here. Getting quite significant shots onto 496, but not quite working out just yet over there. Just gonna be a very, very lovely take that 496 will gladly take away from the only one member of that, but it's like, no, that's gonna be the whole just go for the full collapse, stop giving any opportunity, any chance for Infinity to breathe in that instant, and that's gonna be 496. We'll be very happy with that take.
Yeah, they still have respawn beat, so that's gonna be at least fine for Infinity, at least for the time being. It does look like WS and WCL create Legends and Warriors Shield clashing together, touching swords. And 5-1 looking to go for a Vajra Bomb here. Gets one with a swipe, tries to get another to seal the deal. We'll have to toss B out of here. Gets in twice, but no, does expire without Titan's call. A lot of CC to be had here. Beautiful, beautiful fall up on the grapple as CJ's. He's going to try and extend the fight as much as he can. Not enough though with a beautiful focus. He's going to keep his HP a little more prolonged, but no Binding Prayer available with no teammates. It's going to be infinitely more difficult as Leone from EVOS is going to be the initiator. Konka and Rival are close to follow. CJS though does get grabbed on, gets finished off by EVOS as the once proud WCL from the recent victory, yet no breaks whatsoever. Instead, the squad is broken, the positioning has been shattered. B is getting shot at by Rival, and you hate to see it happen. Third party is incredibly frustrating, but again, guys, they're going for the dub. Thankfully for them, they still have a bunch of respawn beats, so they're not completely out. As QE, they don't want you to breathe nor rest, as they want to take yet another fight between TM. QE Minds tries to bait out the parry, but so far no dice for him. Has to use that Spirit Slash to just keep him safe from the repeater fire. And Akame is using that time to reload. This Bane Breath is going to provide no safety whatsoever, as it is a natural occurring one. Not very fun for any team caught in that, as QE Banks and the rest of the boys try to move up, try to fight towards TM here. They don't want to be gate kept this early on in the game.
Not at all. And Tommy trying to shoot out, but looks like that close will come in from QE, but unfortunately finds themselves quite less than they could do in that case. As the rest of the team tries to pursue the rest of the members of QE, just going for the cleanup. Question is, what about the remaining member of QE? That is Loves. Looks like TM very much hell-bent and intent on going in for that chase. Loves already establishing quite a bit of a distance, but that is not going to thwart TM from the pursuit. Look at Akame already starting to close in some significant distance. Loves trying to run for the hills right here, just jumping. Question is TM going to pursue? Looks like they're not going to go ahead and commit. Going to go ahead and leave Loves to do the spinning up towards TM. That's giving him, but still good benefits.
And BBS Bamboo shoots. My eyes deceive me. Isn't it usually Maltinas who plays the Tian Hai? Maybe my memory's being a little muddy again. But Rip 113, not in a good spot. Cannot tech roll out of this. That has to be so unlucky. At all the places you can get stuck. And he had to get stuck in the place where no teching was allowed. As is, can't tech out of the Titan form here. Doesn't even get a chance to die as a human, as KGM are here. And true to her nature, the Valdaki, the pirate, to maximize the opportunities on the other's misfortune. But beautifully executed by Bamboo to kind of avoid that. The Bane Breath is going to be here to give them that extra layer of safety. Using it to loot up, using it to heal up as well. Impunity and FS are here. Taiza still standing tall. I think Taiza is going to be the last member for 3T. Couldn't really recover from their first two fights here. Is forced to play the rat, but still, you know, very, very interested in whatever points they can find. I think FS have an inkling of where this last 3-team member is. And lo and behold, we did see Evos do the Titan initiation. It does look like Fortune, the very, very fickle nature of it all, turns on its head, gets the same thing done to them. Kumka might have to exit this area and leave it to 496 to clear it out.
Yes, sir. Real. Looks like no further action gonna take place here for Evos. Just gonna go ahead and transition over. They only covering as much ground as possible. Already clearing the area where at least spread shouldn't be able to be as much of an issue. Just playing towards the latter edge once that shadow 2 gets its full spread. Now, look at Kumka right here though. All the way towards the bottom, a little bit far distance between these two comrades. Them dealing with across the go and check out what Imp is up for right now. So that actually not any chance to respond, in which case the loader spectrum goes down. Now, Imp, is there more that they can go for here? Looks like the fight isn't done just yet. Looks like they will just go for the cleanup though. In which case, we do see KGM's Genji go into Titan form. Will it actually translate to helping their cause here as they continue to fight I and P? It's like for Impunity, they're just going to continue to keep actually both sides, in which case KGM just going to disengage.
Kingston might have a bit of an accident waiting for them to happen, as there is a team lurking around the tower, and Tyson should be dead here. That is going to be the entirety of 3 T to fall. Oh no, he actually gets Trunko back up. But it does look like this is going to be an uphill battle still, as Tyson and Tenoshi were taken out of contention incredibly quickly with the gold armor and all the weapons that FS have in their arsenal. No ults have been spent, barring the Sacred Circle, which is back on cooldown. It does look like they still have Titan form and the ominous blade for that wombo combo that we've gotten so used to. Again, guys, I think the only thing in the Winter Invitational or that has been a little repeating is the composition. Tianhai is almost a requirement here, and talking about that, we see a high-valued pick coming off on the side of 496 as they find loves. But again, guys, back to the topic of the compositions. Basically, Tianhai is everywhere. Like, you just really can't run a team without Tianhai at this point. It's pretty crazy.
Yes, sir. And okay, let's go ahead and check out where 496S is right now. The shadow thickens. In the vicinity, we're just gonna have free reign of covering as much ground, seeing what they can manage to pick up in the process. So no worries right there. Take note though, Shadow Corruption 2 is starting to spread out, but we still have 16 minutes into the game. Still a hefty number of players in the game, not to mention, but okay, WCL. How they managed to get the benefit of that? Just kind of trailing through.
Linwag though just chilling. Just kind of vibing on his little track here on the ballista. Not a care in the world. Where is B and CJ is the question. Oh, they're still kind of looting Shadow Jade Mine. Wow. Seems like this is for their taking as 5-1. Right around the corner. Or just somewhere within the vicinity. But it doesn't seem like WCL seem to care all that much. Cigar Ash though, still kind of reinforcing the numbers on his heals. Does have a respectable amount of Vitalia and this time around some armor powder, which was the unfortunate case in our previous round. He kind of ran out of armor powder, had to make do with playing around the fact that he was going to be hella squishy, as WCL and their tiny train or their tiny ballista on tracks might run into a little trouble here, as what is that? They are actually still running into the Shadow Jade Mine here. I wonder what has piqued their interest here. When the circle... I don't think the circle is pulling here either. So I think they're just looking for points. I think they just kind of want to be aggressive here towards WS. As WS has taken a bit more of a Xarian stance with things. The bouncing shot, Soul Jade doing a little bit of work here. Just kind of telling people, please leave this part alone. CJ, though, looking to commit with the Titan form. Looks to grab. That's an unfortunate use for Linghua's Ominous Blade. Couldn't really maximize or get any value out of it. But if not, if anything, it was a zoning ult. Managed to scare the peeps. CJS too. That's Interesting choice to tie it up there. Everybody just kind of ran away. Hate to see it happen again. But here we are.
Here we are indeed. 496 looks like they will go for the pursuit onto WCL, trying to close out some distance here. Might actually be able to collapse onto Toby. Question is, will there be a response here from the rest of WCL? Toby just going to be very happy about that, along with the rest of the 496 squad. Let's go ahead and check out where Bamboo is at. We do see them spot out Infinity in the very near distance. Looks like they're gonna go ahead and want in on that pursuit though, but not going to full commit just yet. Just gonna continue to scout things out, wait to see if Infinity will try to pull the trigger as well.
And the bounty does expire. They don't get those 5,000 coins for maybe another potential Bane Breath. The Mars control is definitely gonna go in the way of Bamboo here. Not entirely sure what they picked up yet, but I'm gonna be assuming it's a Swarmer. We don't see anything on their inventories as of the moment. We don't see a big armor upgrade, so it has to be a weapon. But yes, we are entering once again, guys, the part of the game where they're kind of chilling. There's yet another blessing here, but it does look like there's gonna be trouble looming, as Slows is gonna take a lot of damage. The Binding Prayer is gonna save him. Does have a little bit of room to kind of back out, as both Impunity and Infinity are diving hard on this blessing. LTV's a sneaky boy. I wonder what he got. Maybe not a lot, but still it was worth it checking out. And I can't believe they're collapsing onto Bamboo like this. They gave up position, but I guess they want to deny Bamboo right now. Bamboo did have a million points. Well, not really a million, but did have a very considerable lead. And I think Infinity and the rest of the boys are kind of tired of it. It does look like Warrior Shield is having a little bit of trouble here. The silence on Hagenov, that means he can't really swing back to his teammate. Expires at the very last moment, but not enough to really deter 496 from continuing their onslaught. And I think that's going to be Warrior Shield falling as of the moment. The last circle or the last few circles look to be a little more interesting now, as NDQA pops very early. Very, very early Titan's fall. Tries to get one. Only manages to find B this time. He's going to be holding him down. B is definitely out of contention. They want that gold katana in their hands, but the ominous blade by Lin is going to get tossed out to try and counteract all this aggression from Bamboo. But so far only landing one slash. Can't find a second, can't find a third. Wow. Slippery Bamboo, bending without breaking. And how nimble Bamboo as a team is really showing as of the moment, but they have to skedaddle because there's yet another team trying to take their heads off.
Yeah, man, no room to breathe right here for Bamboo Esports whatsoever. Now let's go ahead and check out perspective. They're trying to get out of the mess of this fight, but Infinity just not going to give them the time of day to have that opportunity. Looks like they will have to also deal with the corruption fairly spreading wills, trying to scout out what else is happening across here. That's going to be the pull, and not going to be the best situation here for Rainman, on top of just getting taken down in the midst of corruption. That's just beautiful coming from Genji, but Genji has its own worries to worry about. Luckily though, was able to get out from taking any further damage, but we'll have to be careful of the other players in the vicinity. Bamboo though, they still have other problems they have to deal with in the form of Infinity, not really giving them an easy escape out of all of this. NDQA just taking so much damage.
That's unlucky, Articuno. You just saw one person explode, but Evo's doing such a great job of staying in as long as they can. Again, if my eyes do not deceive me, if I could take a peek into the team list right now, Bamboo's out of it. Bamboo got shredded, and Slows in the last two exchanges was the one to take brunt of the damage, but look at that. Apparently he's still alive. Does have the ominous blade in hand, but what can they really do? Full Sense looking healthy, looking tanky, is paralyzed, has that gold greatsword and that gold armor. Meltinez and the rest of Bamboo Shoots are still sitting pretty within this building too. Oh boy, yet another messy semi-vertical circle here. The cliffside is going to be a high-valued area for some of these teams. Even that tiny rock formation that we just had a peek at would be the linchpin for victory. As Impunity look healthy too. Wow. A lot of these teams are already juiced up. Another blessing is going to come. And Impunity don't want any of that business for any other teams to take it. They do get yet another upgrade, essentially that coveted swarm, maybe even a blood ripper. But yeah, look at this. They're just kind of picking spots right now and taking pot shots at each other.
You know what does baffle me, Raph? In the midst of all this action, you still have 26 alive at 9 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
That's still quite the number to work with. So we're gonna expect a lot of these brawls to just be a consistency over these next few minutes. Speaking of brawls, we already have some of that happening from the distance as BBS just keeping KGM in check right there, pushing them to just look at other opportunities for now. Looks like they're going to try to scout out the area, try to see whatever hits they can get as well. But take note, BBS also dealing with quite their own stuff here as well.
That's right. And the poke war continues on. Infinity not really shoving anybody from Full Sense out of that rooftop. Olivier, though, still very adamant on trying to take shots here. I'm not entirely sure if they have that double projectile speed Soul Jade on any of these, or have that true shot one where it ignores armor. But so far, once again, teams have really just kind of picked their spots here. Bamboo Shoots look to bolster themselves on that leaderboard after a rocky showing. It does look like the rest of Bamboo have found themselves back in the game here. I do see Unique. We've seen Slows. The only question is, did they get their third member up in the form of... Man, how can I forget? But again, talk about things that we should be talking about is that the repair kits are going to be a little scarce side of Hunter. 4 reloads may seem like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, if you choose to be as aggressive as you can, that can melt very quickly. And NDQA, unfortunately for Bamboo, is not going to be joining them in their last fight. They will have to play passive here. Their numbers aren't going to be the greatest, but at least they can sort of funnel this binding prayer. But Infinity, they understand Bamboo has already been weakened. They want to jump on this opportunity while they can, as the rest of the teams are focused on holding it down. But look at that. Lynn's like, you know what? Yeah, you guys do your own thing. Full Sense actually getting absolutely annihilated. Not going to have that piano high for their last fight, is paralyzed. Is trying to dance around everything here. Shade lands. Nothing, as Cigar Ash is gonna pop that Val. The key ult will do quite a bit of damage to Nail here. Does look like Toby can't really follow up from that strange angle. And a lot of those sidelines have been covered up, but it does look like Infinity is still on the tail of Bamboo.
And at that, fight still rages on for both sides here. Just playing around the edge, looking to see if they can take advantage of not being able to nope. It's like they're just gonna reposition over it. No real safe spots, as wherever you go, you will most likely find a team. And in this case, it does look like the squad from 496 will have to deal with 2 squads within this immediate vicinity, so they ought to be very careful. The comfort for at least these teams playing in this area is there is structure, which grants them a little bit of safety, but with less than 6 minutes into the game, not to mention 23 still standing, that's insane. Still a lot of people in this game wrap.
I'm curious why they're not getting shade. They had a lot of cover to do so, but now it does look like their minds have made up to themselves. But now they're taking a little bit of a fight, so just a tiny bit late on that timing. Olivier, though, looking healthy, looking fine, as Full Sense have recuperated from whatever exchanges they had. Bamboo seem to be out of the map. It appears it's only the sister team in the form of Bamboo Shoot to be the last bastion for them. And they try to rectify whatever points they lost. Akame using a Divine Bell to stay alive. And once again, the vulnerability after that, the recoil isn't going to help his cause too much. He does get a bit of a safe spot on this hill. And like I mentioned, that is going to be a high-valued area. FS have found a home, a house to hole in. I'm not entirely sure if they know that one of these teams have the bouncing cannonballs, so that could be a bit of a problem here if it bounces on their way. They do use that binding period to have a little bit of an avenue to do something, but it does look like TM are taking to the skies, trying to trade out with all these cannon shots. Like I said, those repair kits are gonna dwindle as this poke war continues. We are not gonna have a full commit fight up until the very last circle. And look at all these names to come.
Yes. Oh my gosh. These teams just lots of staying power in all of them. We've had minutes pass, but still, nobody seems to want to go down just yet. Put it the best way possible, Ralph. Football just continue for all of these sides, but once we see that next shadow come in a little over a minute, then I think that's where teams are just forced to face the music in all of this. Speaking of facing the music, falls to take so much damage, but look at this crazy collapse onto the members of Infinity BBS, like just going in on them like absolute madmen. And I think they might try to go for more here, establishing a little bit of vantage point towards the top as the, this actually gives them a little bit of moving away, but not before they try to go for the main member couple yesterday.
Right, and in that close case, Mid-Fight Impunity just a tiny bit, and Nero gets absolutely shredded by the max level Stone Form. And honestly, that's such a strong Soul Jade that everybody should take into account, because look at all the damage they do. As long as they kind of stay in this house, and if the circle does favor them, and if they manage to stay alive, it is going to be so hard to deal with that. Carries could potentially come out, but again, guys, in a situation like this where there's so much to keep track of, your eyes can only focus on so many things. Campy, I think he might have a free res onto himself. Yes, they do get it. While Akame makes a lot of space, they do get Roy. And Roy is going to be sentenced to shooting as of the moment. TM can't really get him back, but it does look like Gao TV is going to do the exact same thing. Grab somebody, get them into the firing spot, or at least maybe equalize their fortunes here. A lot of action is happening around this house on this tiny rock formation. The Titan Form finally expires. Toby hasn't expended his, but Gao TV doing a lot of work before the final few seconds of his Titan Form is going to start clocking in. Phantom is going to fall. Infinity losing a lot of members, with Gao TV being the last one. We only have 10 players left alive, but the cannon shots and the musket shots are already piling upon Gao. Gao has a lot of armor, but not for long as he gets obliterated. FS and BBS, TM as well in the mix. They are trying to isolate as many members as they can. Paralyzed 2 also has that Soul Jade. Could potentially be the X factor for them. Question is, who can pop his Titan Form faster? Huncho has to do it now. He pops the Divine Bell instead. And he's still not committing to it. The Divine Circle is going to come down by Snack. Beautiful decision making, not cracking under the pressure. TM are engaged in a duel with FS. Makes full sense to come out the victors here. But how long is the question, as Olivier doesn't have anything in the bag here. And I stand corrected. He still has his Titan Form. But he does get knocked into the corruption. That does so much damage. The Omnis Blade does come up, but nothing is really landing through here. Nothing consequential, at least. The fight is still ongoing, and it's a battle of high ground. But with Shiburger's DPS not in the mix, it's going to be so hard for FS to stay in this one. Snack does get tossed down and paralyzed in, feeling those extra seconds that Shiburger was absent. This is so difficult. Shiburger was out of the fight for an even extended period of time, as he had to pop that armor powder. But it does look like BBS beautifully recovering. They even push Olivier out into the corruption, and they're chasing and they're securing. The bamboo shoots, they shoot up to the sky, and they take that W for the second map.
GG, well played. Bamboo shoots coming out on top right there. Just all the gear worked with to their favor, and it's like they worked out for them in the end. Also kudos to FS finding themselves near the top once again. So they've been proving to have a lot more staying power as they go along in this tournament. Take note, second coming in from Group A, now looking to be a strong contender right now. But of course, once again, we'll have to wait how those points eventually wrap up. But man, oh man, Ralph, quite the second game that we've had. Again, as I was saying, these minutes were ticking by, and seems like the numbers, like these squads were just way too stubborn. Nobody wanted to go down until those last few minutes. And once those last minutes started in crunch time, that's when we saw those numbers dwindle. That's where we saw teams kind of forced to fight within that minute of terrain that they had left, with the corruption just slowly closing in on it.
I think I've said all I've said in the last stretch. Again, guys, this is the beauty of Naraka. Although, like, the trios, sometimes we see a lot of the repeating things, but the action is undeniable. At the very last circle, it is almost, well, it is a guarantee that it's going to be incredibly competitive. A lot of the teams are going to be swinging for the fences, and we see the chaos blend beautifully.
I have to agree with you right there. And oh gosh, it's how do I even put it? Still looking pretty tense. We saw some teams that were asking, probably, I guess that's the thing. Like when you're in these best of fives and then you start off game one, might start off slow, but then again, once you get all warmed up, that's when you start to build up momentum. That's when you start getting all good to basically you're just good to go. Once you get that warm up, start to build up momentum. So that's why I said looking forward to seeing how these points eventually round up. But I think it's still very clear these contenders that we're seeing from group stage still looking to go strong, still waiting for some of these underdogs, in fact, that's the thing. Like, technically during the group stage, you couldn't really call some of these teams underdogs because they were making the top four, but now that you're in the best of the best, it's almost a foreign position to find yourself in.
It's incredibly difficult to, call somebody a underdog. Like you mentioned, again, those are all very valid points. I'm still kind of reeling from what's been going on. But BBS, I love that they did find their composure to finally hit their stride. Again, very early in the day as well. Bamboo, they have a big target on their back. We saw a lot of that movement, and wow, 40 points in one go. That is huge. Bamboo Esports this time is going to be on the flip side of things, getting only 4.9. But yeah, like I mentioned, Bamboo Esports, the BE squad, they have a huge target on their back. We saw a lot of teams kind of fight out of position, just willing to chop the leader down a few notches and try to equalize the battlefield. BBS took beautiful advantage of that, and very timely. I am fairly certain they are the leaders right now. That was what, 40.2 plus 4, yeah, 44, with BE a good close second with 23 plus 4.9. Oh wait, no, I am wrong. I am bad at math.
It's all good. In which case, let's go ahead and check out the our other I guess we'll figure out the final tally once we hit that break screen and we get a glimpse of that. But I think we can all agree, very different buildup of points that we're seeing here in comparison to earlier. I mean, BE might have fallen a bit during game 2, not getting as many points as they were during game 1, but still comfortably puts them into the top 4. But still, I honestly can't get over just how big of a buildup BBS got out of that game 2, which suddenly just jumps them all the way to the top spot. But then again, we also have teams like 496 and Full Sense, which have been playing very consistently. But you know what? With all the action that happened in game 2 was just way too jam-packed. We're going to be checking out all those crazy highlights as well as take a break. Arctic and Raph right here for you, right here at the Naraka Winter Invitational at Top Clans 2021. Catch you guys in a bit.
glory may seem lost in the dust, still we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click can see them.
但是时间好像不太够了。
They took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Tui. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click can see that.
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
They took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click can see how
但是时间好像不太够了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Our glory may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight. Because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Volda Tui. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click can see that.
但是时间好像不太够了。
I took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Naraka Winter Invitational right here at Top Clans 2021. We're going to be your casters once again, Arctic and Wrath at your service. We'll be heading into Game 3 in a teeny tiny bit. Quick recap. So far, with what has managed to build up Full Sense as well as Bamboo Shoots managing to take the top spots for our first two games respectively. However, with how the points are panning out, we actually have well, our second winner earlier, Bamboo Shoots, currently at the top, followed by 486 FS as well as B. Now, big question is, with points starting to build up here, will other teams be able to catch up? But then again, catch up, not really much of a thing of pressure, since we are only within our heading into our third game. Is at what is basically a day one of best of fives, and then we have another day of best of fives, so 10 games total to make sure that every point counts. Raph.
Absolutely, and yep, we are exactly right. There is going to be 3 more games straight, no more long breaks. Again, guys, this is the perfect time to just kind of stand up, give yourself a bit of a stretch to keep yourselves healthy, as we are going to be glued to our seats. Our eyes are going to be glued to the screen with very, very exciting games. And like you mentioned, Bamboo Shoots did do a great job of coming back from that performance from the first game. Second game, they definitely exploded, having the highest total points they got in a single game so far. Meanwhile, on the side of the world with Bamboo Esports, which had a bit of a flip there. They only gathered what 4.9 points, which is a far cry from their 23-point bomb in the first game. But have no fear, guys. Everybody still has a fair chance of taking a lion's share of that prize pool. As we were talking about other teams too, like 496, who's keeping it very, very close. Evos, who's been having a little bit of trouble, but still a consistent showing. We're gonna take a look at our scoreboard, if I'm not mistaken. No, we are jumping right into it.
Yep, no dilly-dallying anymore. Just gonna get straight into game number 3.
I see.
Now, Now we're looking at looking at Infinity 496 rather right now. Looks like action already happening for our team here, going up against WS, but WS so far easily rolling with the punches, able to get a leg up onto the members of 496 right away. Not to mention with quite a bit of health still to work with, so going to be very happy about that. Only losing one comrade in the process.
Absolutely. Respawn Beats getting shoved out of the way here for 496 Cigar Ash and 9 Shade, making a bit of a dash to safety for themselves. But yeah, great start to Warrior Shield here, gathering just a tiny bit of points for themselves. At this point, though, they are looking fairly healthy, so they could make an aggressive move if they choose to. I think the only thing in question, or rather resource in question right now, is if they have enough sustainability. And they're doing just that. They are halfway for their ults as well. So we might see just a bit of aggression when we check back into them, as Bamboo Shoots, who were the winner of our previous round, are having a bit of a scuffle between Parry Party. Parry Party, though, is struggling just a tiny bit. Don't want to lose too many members and expend their respawn needs as early as now. It does look like they are going to be committing to this fight. Beautiful, beautiful parry by Martinez here, disarming Juno-san, as Juno-san is making a mad dash for height. But it's not going to last too long, as Martinez will actually whiff that downward vertical. But wow, he is doing so much, but at what cost? His own life. Try to throw out that binding prayer, but to no avail, as BBS, they do get snacked up and running without expending any resources, or at least beads. Meanwhile, on the side of PP, say the same.
Yes, sir. Meanwhile, looking at the scuffles here happening between TM as well as 3T. 3T not giving as much of an opportunity to respond in that moment, but still, TM gonna go full circle, bringing on Technical and Kami. Let's go ahead and see if they can make the most of this by getting some pulls. Easy pull right there. 3T trying to establish some distance, but of course not going to be possible. Just instantly decimates one of their members, and Akame gonna not live through his form for long. Goes back to mortality, but still with a lot of control going on to the members of 3T. It's going to be very, very good footing here for TM in that fight.
That's right. And once again, guys, still pretty early in the game right now. Nothing too inconsequential is going to happen for at least another 10 minutes. TM, though, they do find a little bit of a consolation prize in 3T, overextending just a tiny bit. But Roy Hee is going to expand that haze just to build a little bit of distance here. And Toby, already being the aggressive player that he is, pops a tie-in form, will secure the frag onto Gao TV. Not taking any damage whatsoever. But Gao does get the Divine Bell. Good thing that he does get caught. Otherwise, that could have been an emergency time for him. Oh, that's an interesting whiff by Toby, but beautiful recovery, gets speared down. No additional damage, will still get slammed down. Will potentially see Roy fall, as Phantom being silenced here by the Yushan Enigma. Unfortunate for him, as 496 getting having a little bit of trouble dealing with Infinity here, but they do come out an expensive venture, definitely. They don't hold on to their respawn beads. So, once again, guys, still very, very early into the game here. 24 minutes left on the timer. A lot of the weapons not going to last very long, as Martinez only has 5 charges left in his dagger, but will get pinned down anyway. Snack is the next to fall, as full sense do capitalize on the misfortunes of others. Their armor's not the greatest as of the moment, but with the relinquishing of all that loot, they are just going to be fine.
Yes, sirree. And as we go along here, go ahead and check out where Ice is at. Looks like just taking a moment to recuperate and reboot all as well. Looking at Infinity, looks like having gone through quite the scuffle, just looking to recuperate as well. And as you said, Raph, lots of breathing room for these players for now, but looks like what we don't see in breathing room right now is the scuffle between PH1 and Impunity going on here.
That's right, PH1 hasn't really found their footing yet. They've been having a little trouble gathering the points, but they want to turn their fortunes around right now. But with Boss Earn out of the question, it's going to be incredibly difficult, as Evos has already found their next target in the form of Simpson, as he is overextending just a tiny bit. Rival using all his spools to just try and catch up here. Does have quite a bit of them. You still see Simpson, so the chase is still going to ensue. They have the numbers advantage, so they're going to be fully confident in taking out Impunity here. Chicken, meanwhile, a very, very sneaky man, will try to res up Nero. Little does he know that Mad Koala and Gary are going to be up and running. So this could be his death. The free shot does not land on Chicken. He will choose to engage though, but chooses and decides, you know what, maybe that's not the greatest idea as he gets stuck between two players. But what a heroic sacrifice just for both of them to get exterminated. And it does look like PH1, they get back up on their feet in the nick of time.
Yes, sir. PH1, good showing right there. And speaking of another good showing, ladies and gents, again, gift code ready for your taking to everyone in the audience. Naraka C1124, all lower cases, all for you folks tuning in to Top Clans 2021. Thanks again to our audience for being with us this weekend. Currently in the playoffs right now, and we are still going at it. Looks like we're going to be checking out, actually going back to PH1 right here. EVOS is just in the horizon, although it looks like PH1 not looking to take it. They're going to go ahead and transition to a different area. Going to want to take it a bit easy right now, although interestingly enough, just left of them, KGM, very much well within vicinity as well. Looks like they won't be crossing paths though, so all is fine.
All is fine indeed as PH1 look to arm themselves just a tiny bit better here. A lot of downtime as of the moment. A lot of teams just kind of doing the same thing too. They want to arm themselves. The mid game is just, what, 5 minutes away? But it does look like EVOS is on the hunt here. They do see a Mad Koala. They just got him out. They hit him with a grapple. They see the white armor, and like a feeding frenzy, they engage. Mad Koala will fall down. No, uses the grapple to get a little bit of momentum. Will re-engage with that scale rush right inside the sacred circle. EVOS looks to have a clear advantage here as everybody is still topped up. They expand, and oh no, that is not going to be a great position, but just a few seconds being shaved off Rival's presence in that fight, getting pushed into the cliffs here. And it doesn't look like PH1 have a little more safety to work with. In fact, they kind of turn this. If they can find one grab, yes, that they do. And Leone is out of contention right about now. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Although the EVOS have found a little bit of high ground, but gets snuffed out. This boss Ern is an absolute sniper with his Titan's Call. And now Rival is also set for the stun. They even expand the ominous blade just to secure all those kills. And EVOS, they do jump in, but it seems that was a little bit more than they could handle. Impunity is here to chime in. They see a weakened PH1 without any utility, any ults. Beautiful timing for them, but a little unfortunate for PH representatives.
Yeah, PH1 not being granted any breather whatsoever with the entry of Impunity. Impunity, but very happy to just clean everything up for the other team that has just fallen. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and check out Bamboo's NDQA here. Tries to get a pull onto one of the members of... No dice though. Looks like gonna go ahead and turn over to the rest of Bamboo, where a fight is breaking out with them, as well as TGE. TGE though gonna go ahead and respect that pull. Tries to come in from NDQA, not gonna quite find the connect, and it looks like TGE will try to establish some distance right now to disengage, not willing to take that fight against Bamboo.
That's right, NDQA taking a little bit of a poke damage here from RIP113. They do have that Nether Nightmare if they choose to use it, but it does look like they're going to be a bit more patient here as 496 does find Parry Party. Toby nearly lands that long-range grab, but to no avail. Although Bogart is still silenced, it's not going to be a very long for his existence to stop and for him to exit the Mortal Coil. Juno-san wanted to help, but unfortunately for Juno, just not allowed to do so as the numbers were a little too much to handle. Meanwhile, FS and Infinity, they have a bit of a brawl going on too. Roy does get grabbed. The double slap is going to come down. Phantom is going to get sent into the spectator lobby. Roy once again will have to pop that Aval the Key ult, but can't seem to find Paralyzer, just looming right under his nose. Does manage to escape just for a tiny bit as Olivier's attention is going to be put elsewhere. And Full Sense look to come out of this, for now at least, healthy, but look at Bamboo Shoots. They're right here. Once again, yet another third party. Meltinez is focusing Burger, who hasn't really recovered all that armor yet. And look at this, the full dive from Full Sense is going to come. It doesn't matter if they don't have, or rather from Bamboo Sense, it doesn't matter if they don't have that Titan's Call. They're not going to back down. Full Sense, this could be a bad idea. Nope, Meltinez throwing that ominous blade out, trying to do as much damage to Shiburger, but my goodness, Shiburger's surviving for way more than what we would expect.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, Hancho looking to try to get a pull onto one of the members of Infinity. Quite the distance, though. Looks like we still have 2 members still up and kicking. Looks like BBS will decide, BBS's Snack along with Martinez will decide to close out the distance between themselves as well as Infinity, but they will have to turn around as they do spot out FS just within the horizon. It's like no time for them to breathe as they will need to take another fight.
And Hancho, no armor, 7% on that Titan's Call too. Must have to take a little bit of a breather here as Olivier on the other side of the world does get taken out. Burger using this ominous blade to create as much space as he can, but will juke one of the BBS players here. The brawl is still ensuing. The Binding Prayer is coming out though. Burger, oh dear, you've been a survivor for so long. Are you gonna replicate this success? And we'll actually pop a Vitalia here. Is looking for just a little bit of respite so he can get that armor powder up and going too. Meanwhile, Infinity and BBS, they're right here. I think they see each other. The pot shot's already gonna come out. FS, they might have to sit this one out. They'll have to watch from the benches. Burger, I'm not entirely sure why he's not popping his armor powder yet. But we have other things to worry about, such as this duel between Martinez and the rest of this roster. Snack hanging on here, being a little sneaky, does get that armor powder up to, improving his survivability just by a tiny bit. But wait a minute, 496 is here too. I think they're just gonna get a Bane Breath, maybe a bunch of Soul Jades, and then they're gonna bounce. And it does look like that's exactly their plan.
Yes, sirree. And man, for 496, he's going to be very happy about that. Looking at Impunity, though, full collapse here onto Genji, not even giving him a moment to respond. But then again, Impunity are going to have to start moving as that corruption starts to close in on them. KGM going to be very happy about that, but still, for Impunity, just going to slowly cover some more ground over here while looking to get what they can. So not a bad way to go. Get a small victory out of the skirmish. Try to get some loot out as well as we look into BBS dealing with what is otherwise in the distance the squad from 496 Gaming.
That's right, 496 though. They are going to considering the fight, I think BBS just kind of want better position on this circle here, but nope. It does look like Snack is the target here for the bounty. They need that precious 5k, and even those precious points, just a bit of a takeaway. 6k, I mean, as Snack is going to run away. They have 2 minutes to do this. I'm not entirely sure either if they're going to full commit. This could be... nah, 496, they're not having any second thoughts about this. They want to fight. And BBS just kind of want to get in a position where they can maximize their utility. Try to crawl up to a bit more height here, but wow, Shade, no hesitation whatsoever. Letting go of that Viper Ning, and they only find Hancho. Still a very important pickoff. He has to make a choice. Either he pops the Titan's Call, or he can, unless he can't. Beautiful turnaround by 496 with that Valda ult, but a little bit unfortunate there. They only find Hancho. No Titan's Call on the field for BBS. They're still trying to run away as best as they can, especially with a numbers disadvantage like this. Toby will have to go back to being a regular man here, and he's going to loot up, try to get as much resources as he can. Maybe an even better weapon, because it does look like he doesn't have a secondary as of the moment. I'm not sure if my screen is bugging out. No, he doesn't. He has no repair kits.
Nope, not at all. And it's like gonna have to take a moment, in which case looking at the team still 30 alive as we head into less than 14 minutes into the game. Switching over to Infinity, just getting a few hits over there onto PH1. Infinity, every time we seem to peek in on them, seems like some form of action always happening for them, always near the edge. But you know what? That just means that's going to be a good build-up for them as far as how these points are going to play out. They do manage to spot out the squad from QE at a very high vantage point, but of course not really going to decide to take that fight, just going to decide to find themselves some better ground. Don't want to get hit by that, at least. Going to be a good call here, try to avoid loves.
That's right, the Ballista is a bit of a terror here as Quins have already found a nice position for themselves. They're probably not going to leave this up until the circle forces them to do so, but Boss Earn seems to be hanging on by a thread. I'm not sure how complete PH1 is right now. But it is going to be a full squad brawl between TGE and TM here as Pampy, if he can get this ult up. He does. He's using it for space. 113 trying to CC as much as he can with the Valdeki ult. Still holding on to that spear. Trying to look for a target. So nobody's avail. The Bane Breath is going to create a little bit of space. Maybe not enough to deter from any of these players from chasing. Or rather re-engaging. And TM, they make considerable distance between themselves and TGE. TGE have no qualms with this. They're like, you know what? Okay, let's just do that. Let's play for a little bit of safety here. Loot's looking good all round. We haven't seen too much of, I think it was BBS after that exchange with 496. But, you know, we'll probably get to that when we can.
Yes, we shall. And, okay, looking at things over here, TM, it's like already going to start closing the gap onto getting onto Klaus here. That's going to be 3 members going strong, already getting some really good hits onto him. Klaus trying best to try to escape the members of TM. And looks like that will be some distance established. And TM, I think they're not going to pursue for now. Just going to go through the sides.
Everybody just picking a corner for them to hold out up until that inevitable brawl of the final circle. Infinity is here though. They do have a high ground advantage, but I don't think they want to commit to that house fight. We all know how that happened. Well, we all know how those go. We don't really have a clear idea of what soul jades they have. So we're gonna go on off a limb here and potentially have yet another a stone form soul jade for that greatsword, whoever's occupying one of those houses. But 3T, they are surviving fairly well, operating on 2 members. There is going to be a blessing coming out very soon, so control of that could be something that a point of interest for these players. WS is also over yonder, as 496, they're just kind of trying to gatekeep as much as they can here.
Really good vantage point that they're playing around, in which case no pressure whatsoever, though eventually the edge will creep in on them. Not right now, but eventually. So they will be forced to establish a different area of command for themselves. But still, you know, it's been interesting how these games have been going, Raph. Game number 3, we're looking at games where as these minutes go by, we still see some pretty strong staying power from a lot of these squads. I'm actually very impressed, and it actually leads to some very nice fights that we get towards the end. Just so much action.
And again, a lot of strong points have already been occupied here. We haven't really seen a lot of action for the last, what, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, which is a long stretch of quiet for Naraka. But no matter how quiet it is, the generosity is just going to keep going, as there is yet another exclusive gift code for a respectable amount of Tay, and Boss Ern making his final stand here. Can't really land anything on Hancho, and that's going to be crucial points. Crucial points on the side of Bamboo Shoots. And that's a little unlucky for PH1 there. Very, very early exits. Circle is getting slower, rather smaller and smaller in just about a minute. Again, none of these teams really doing anything. They're just kind of staring at each other, vibing, waiting for all their ults to be ready for, once again, the inevitable exchange of the final circle.
Yeah, a lot of patience coming in from these squads, which is why we see these bigger number transitions as these minutes dwindle by for the past 2 games, which I guess is a fairly good call. There's a lot of care being put in by these teams, and only decide to pull the trigger on fights when absolutely necessary. Vicinity between 2 teams calls for it, and you know, as far as vicinity goes, I mean, practically have no choice once you reach those latter minutes when it's coming down to those 5s and 3s. So yeah, just very, very strong patience, chill pace that we have here, Raph, until that circle closes in.
There is a blessing coming down. Crate is going to induce, or at least go to reaction from some of these teams. 496 awfully close to it. And we're just going to see it come down in a little bit of time. Simpson and the rest of Impunity are kind of chilling here. Roy, again, guys, are just kind of vibing as of the moment. Not too much happening. A sharp eye on Nero here, trying to pick a little bit of a pot shot. But look how quickly these teams are disengaging. They don't want to catch those hands just yet. They're saving it for that grand fight. 3T though could risk a little bit of an overextension here. Not a lot of exit avenues in this house. They do have that one window, but kind of funneled in. And like I said, a bit of an overextension as everybody's kind of shooting inwards now. Oh man, nobody's committing. Once again, just showing their head like, please do not stay there. You don't belong there. TM doing a great job of just kind of cornering them. I don't think they have the bounce shot Soul Jade, but those cannons are still doing work. 3T, that is not looking like a very nice prospect for them. As some of these teams are already trying to greed out this crate. We see Impunity try to nab it. I'm not entirely sure who got it. I do see a gold armor upgrade, but one of them is on Impunity. I think the gold weapon was taken by somebody else. Still, they are just gonna go back. They're just gonna go hold. Oh, but not for TG and WS though.
Yeah, and oh man, this is where the fights within these small structures are starting to prove for some interesting points. But okay, WS gonna take a moment to recuperate a bit. Look at Ish though, just playing sneaky. Just doesn't want to get caught by anyone else. Gonna try to play the lasting game here. Hope and a prayer that he doesn't get caught. But speaking of getting caught right here, 3T finding themselves within the structure with TM just barraging onto them, trying to force them out, trying to get some damage into them.
Yep, and that's exactly the reason why you don't want to overextend in a circle like this. Everybody's geared. Everybody's just waiting for that one mistake to happen, and TGE had to pay the price for that. They do get a Swarmer for all their troubles. I'm talking about Impunity as of the moment, but this position could get overwhelmed. At least they don't have to worry about their southwest side here. It is going to be completely covered up by the corruption. And all they really have to do is kind of wait for a vortex of players to come in. They can just kind of free hit with their swarm. They have decent melee weapons to kind of supplement that too, as Quinn's taking a little bit of fight, a little bit of poking damage and harass damage from Infinity here. And look at that. Already doing quite a bit of work on Tenoshi. Tenoshi wants none of that mess. Chunko is actually forced to pop his Titan's Call, looking to displace somebody with those long-range palms. But people keeping it kosher, people keeping it patient, everybody's still in cover. The tension is building up, and the heat is rising.
Yes, sir. I mean, with 5 minutes and still 25 standing, it's just asking for a pretty much chaos in this scenario. Choco gonna lose out on Titan, but still that will be a little bit of a breather. Whilst TM kind of on ground right now. Infinity looks like in quite the tricky, not tricky, rather, but messy situation against the opposition. Luckily, this gives them a moment to breathe, but not really much to work with. Not to mention, Gao TV won't be able to maximize his form. We'll try to maybe pull on WS at the last moment, but then again, will it actually lead to anything? Tries to go for some pulse, not really getting anywhere. Okay, it looks like towards that last moment did. But at this point in time, already getting near expiration, there you have it, back into mortal form, and WS just ready to collapse.
Collapse indeed. WS do have a little bit of time to get that armor powder up and running. Meanwhile, there is a single down here that none of them can really capitalize on. Shadow Corruption 5 is spreading in just a matter of seconds. This is going to be a crescendo of fighting. 496 Shade, though, looking a little naked there. Can't really risk diving into anything. Just trying to get a little bit of extra damage with that bow going. And Akame, they are making their stand here. A lot of the pot shots are coming out. BBS's Meltinez is in the hands of Toby. Not where he wants to be. Cigar Ash is actually the down player here. 3T once again paying the price for overextending. They do try to fight it out here, but for how long are they going to last is the question. Cigar Ash is about to expire. No res whatsoever available on him. And Toby, that was unfortunate timing. Look at the center of this map here. Those roofs are going to be the biggest strong point. And there's a lot of no man's land and a lot less of pockets to play around. Akame and WS, they are duking it out here. Beautiful silence onto Akame. Can't really pop anything. He does make line of sight, but he has to wait it out. 5-1 gets hit by the Zephyr Prison, but still nobody's committing to anything here. Just kind of getting peppered out. They're holding their ground, not flinching whatsoever. But 5-1 already taking a little bit of splash damage from those cannons. He is going to try to play for height. WS still trying to circle around. They're dancing around each other, trying not to stay in the pocket. There's repair from 5-1, giving him a little bit of extra ammunition. And like I said, that stone form is so lethal in close range combat. 5-1 though is gonna make yet another gracious exit. He's like, you know what? I don't want to be part of that mess. But now the Viper Ning ult is gonna come out by Chicken. Chicken might be in a world of hurt as he has been separated from the rest of his team, and the brawl is already starting. This is the flame before the explosion. Uh-oh, yet another Enigma silence, or rather a Yushan Enigma is gonna hit. That disable, or rather that silence is gonna last 20 minutes, and I can't believe 5-1 is still hanging on.
Yeah. Oh god. It's just full on for all these squads. 18 left in, but take note, 2 minutes. Oh, so this is still quite the number of players that we're dealing with. Hunter getting a nice pull-out right there onto Akame, going for the final blow. And look at this, just right underneath all these squads playing around the single structure, the circle just closing in on them, and it's not, there's no real place to hide except for this one structure that 17 people are roaming around with. It's just a full-on pandemonium right here, ladies and gents.
When we see Roy gets tossed out into the corruption, we'll finally fall there. Didn't even have a chance to pop his ult, which is truly unfortunate. But look at Martinez trying to dance and snack using that F3 as cover. Akame dominating the ground, and beautiful timing on Suka. Suka was denied of his own Titan form. Beautiful grab. And still TM, they are the kings of this little bit of an underworld here in the lower floors. Still trying to play as much of a unit as they can. 496, although they are missing Cigar Ash, seem to be trying to steal this away. Punch one out. That is going to be a bit of shadow corruption damage to take into account too. And now they have to be a little bit more defensive. All their advantages and equalizers have been played. Nineshade doesn't even have that group stun here. And at the very top, that's BBS and Twins. Or I think that is just BBS trying to gatekeep everybody. Snack getting peppered down by that Swarmer. But what can the Swarmer do when you don't have a place to hunker down? Twins is still kind of fighting inside this house. Toby meanwhile trying to be sneaky. Snack and Martinez edge guarding for their lives. And these teams have to make a choice. They have to go out. The Dragon Slayer is gonna push. I think that's Zagara. No, it's Nineshade. Trying to push him out into the zone here. But no, still. Everybody is on the high ground. I think BBS has this. Nobody's contesting for them. Finally, Gao TV, but no, he gets knocked down. Precious seconds, burning his HP away. Has to find the center, popping that Titan's call. And oh my goodness, once again, Pandemonium, the Zephyr Prison, is gonna come out clutch. Who is really gonna come out of this scramble? Who knows? But we know that BBS still have the most members alive. Quins still hanging on, but the Log Swords quits. They win by just a slither of health, and they steal it away from every single person in that mad scramble.
Oh my god, those last few minutes, man, just pure chaos. One of the craziest scenarios we probably had in Top Clans 2024. And as the dust settles, it is going to be Quins that manages to rise above all of that pandemonium. Just very well played. Gotta give themselves a pat on the back for managing to roll with all that chaos. I mean, it was just messy to look at. But then again, whoever manages to keep their cool and all of that, obviously, it's gonna come out on top. And in this case, it's gonna be cute.
I mean, I really thought Quins had the major disadvantage there. Because we were looking at BBS, I thought people had to climb up the house. I thought the circle was going to pull towards the center of the roof, but instead the circle did a little bit of a bamboozle, pulled to the corner. Quins, despite all that chaos, I think it was the Sacred Circle that really kept them alive. That super clutch binding prayer, just to have that extra bit of survivability. It became a game of inches. And man, again, just so much visual noise and visual chaos and all of that. I'm surprised the Quins managed to keep their composure and really win it out.
Yeah, definitely. And this is definitely big for them. I mean, just the fact that they were able to not only last that long, come up on top, but I think even just those last minutes in general for these teams just leaves you so much opportunity. I keep on going back to how this could build up in terms of points, and the Pandemonium could easily translate to that. Really ultimately depends on how kill distribution would go amongst these squads, and that's definitely something to look forward to. Makes you wonder if there's going to be shifts into these rankings moving forward, because you have to take, Quince, especially for QE, coming from a position where they were around, I believe they were at the 8th spot towards the end of those 2 games once you tally in the points. Kind of makes me wonder in those last few moments, combination with kills, does this push their standing up a bit more? Will we be seeing some shifts? We'll have to find out once we get those tallies. But one thing's for sure, man, that was chaos. That was just pure chaos to set.
I think Bamboo Shoots still have the lead here. They did last very long. They had a lot of activity and a lot of wins. When it came down to those straight up duels. Yeah, Quincy, we haven't really seen them too much in the top 5 in our group stages, but at least now by the time the playoffs roll around, they do seem to be garnering a little bit of heat and a lot of momentum for themselves. If they can continue it throughout the day, then they're really making a strong case for themselves. Meanwhile, Bamboo Esports, a little bit of floundering here and there, but we still have 2 more matches to, give them a chance to rectify their sins. Meanwhile, everyone else doing such a great job of still making this so incredibly competitive. 496 has always been looming, in the shadows for every single top team. And like I said, they've been so consistent. They haven't dropped out of the top 3 yet. They did get 16 points, but on top is QE with 18.1. TGE following shortly with 14, right below 496. WS, the Warrior Shield, they have 11.4. The King's Men, 8.9. Both Infinity and Impunity have 8. Full Sense with 6. Bamboo Esports with 5.5. PHI with 4.9, Evos with 4, TM with 3, 3T with 1.7, Perry Party with 1.6, and Bamboo Shoots actually getting only half a point, with WCL having none.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
A little bit unfortunate right there, but yeah, good job to QE in which case. Looking at everyone else, which kind of hit towards the top, you also got to give kudos to let's see, to TGE. TGE was kind of playing towards the lower half of the total tally of points, and to make it to top 3 by game 3, that's definitely going to give them quite the boost, I would say. Could potentially get them a jump up into the top 8. We will have to determine that though once we get that final tally. And not just TGE, actually WS as well are these teams managing to kind of build up for themselves, but then again, it's still going to be a big jump, big hurdle that they'll have to go through. Other teams that we're looking at here, both teams, sister teams from Bamboo, not hitting those upper marks, but then again, it's totally fine. It's just one of those moments where you can actually afford these drops in some of the few games. We're still early on into our playoffs, number 1. Not to mention they have already banked quite a buildup of points right off the bat during game 1 and 2. So it's very much okay. So we actually just got word that some of the points will need to be double checked, and I guess just got word, and we will, I guess, later on figure out the actual correct points when we get there.
That's right. And I'm glad that again, guys, such a blessing to have a league operations and production team that's really trying to cater as much as we can to the viewer experience, and we value your opinions. A lot of interesting things still could potentially happen. Like Articuno did say, I think we still have 2 more games to think about. Just a little bit of room, a little bit of wiggle room when you do have those points that you built up in the previous 3 games now. Although they can't kind of sit comfortably, they really have to turn up all the gears, because once again we only have 1 more broadcast day left, which is, once again, it's a timer. It's a ticking time bomb for some of these teams.
It is. And okay, I think this time around, we have the correct points. Was kind of cut off a bit there, but we have the actual reflection. So it's actually a TM coming up on top. So I think they needed to double check the kill participation, which is why points weren't quite quote unquote adding up, so to speak, within the first. But yeah, this is the correct points that you are seeing for. So yeah, TM gonna get a nice jump out of that with 23.8. Like I said, still QE coming from the lower half of our rankings from game 1 and game 2, gonna give them a massive boost, along with TGE as well as WS. So as we can see, Raf, overall, one thing we can say for sure is as far as how the rankings go, just so much shifting can happen in the span of just one game. One game can make or break it. But then again, since we're playing a total of 10 games, consistency is something that these teams will have to look at, though, if they want to continue to stay at the top.
That's right. And we've once again taken a bit of a look into our scoreboard. Right back onto us. I think it still really surprises me that BBS only got half a point in that exchange. But again, the multiplier for the placements are absolutely brutal. You are either winning very hard or you could potentially be losing very hard. And none of these teams are going to take that latter option, especially with such a prize that has been presented to them. Again, $26,000 US for first place. Big chunk of money.
Yes, sir. And one of those teams going to be very happy to take that massive chunk towards the end of our 2-day playoffs right here at the Naraka Winter Invitational. And yeah, so you know what? Let's go ahead and check out how things will go on in a while, Raf.
Yep. And still a lot to think about. Still a lot to again graze around, and a lot of information to really sift through. Top 3 though, looking a little bit of a mishmash of who can really take it as of the moment, and that's how we like it. That's how we love to keep this series as interesting as possible.
Yes, sir. And yeah, we'll have to see how that will ultimately translate as these next 2 days go along. First, we'd like to thank our audience once again for tuning into Top Clans 2021. Naraka, Laypoint, our current game of focus, but a lot of other games that you can check out in the future. However, for now, with what we have here, Naraka proving to be, again, just so critically acclaimed by our major entities in the gaming industry. So for those of you that haven't gotten the chance to check out Naraka Bladepoint yet, if you want to get your hands on a copy, just visit the Naraka Bladepoint website for more information. And as Raph was mentioning a few games ago, you could get your copy. You do have some sales, but for now, we'll be taking a quick break while you guys check that out, along with these highlights from game number 3. Again, pure pandemonium. Gonna be great to look back at that. So catch you guys.
glory may seem lost in the dust, still we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click can see
一个，但是时间赶项目太大了。
took my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
And welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Naraka Winter Invitational right here at Top Clans 2021. Now, again, we are currently on our playoffs. 3 games passed so far. We are more than halfway through our broadcast for the day, but the games are just getting even more intense as we go along. And I think for those of you that have been spectating for the past 3 games, it's become clearly evident with the brawls that we've been having. I'm Arctic, with me is Raf, and we will be your casters all the way through.
That's right. And again, guys, just a quick reminder, if you can't get enough of our Naraka action on our Winter Invitational, just a quick reminder for the top 3 at the end of this final series. Our very top 3 is going to proceed to the global series. That's right. They are going to duke it out with the best of the best from every region. And honestly, that's such a great sign for Naraka. Again, our global presence has already been established, and we are so lucky to call the action for everybody out there who's enjoying the broadcast so far.
Yeah. And still, with 2 days of jam-packed Naraka action coming your way, it's just going to get even better, especially for 3 of these teams, considering what's at stake. We were just talking about the prize money earlier, but to represent and to get a ticket to the world stage, that is something that is even more worth, especially for an emerging esport such as Naraka. We know how important it is in a way to not only just break into the competitive scene, but also to break ground at the start of what is an emerging esport. Definitely want to take advantage of that and make history. And for 3 of these teams, they very much have that possibility. So you know what? Let's go ahead and check out which of these teams will manage to etch their mark in Naraka Esports history as we go straight into it, ladies and gents.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, game number 4 of the day, just the penultimate test, at least for this series. And we are going to be taking a look at our juggernauts that has been Bamboo. Although they kind of stumbled a bit in our first opening matches, they still have a chance gonna get that back together, but it does look like there is already a fight going on between Banks, the boys over at Quince, and the boys over at TGE. Already trying to get rid of as many respawn beats as they can.
Yes, sir, and yeah, just gonna be a moments of start for these teams. And one thing I'd like to highlight is how it's been a lot more patience with okay, speaking of patience, forget that. We have action happening right here as both 3T as well as Evos managed to meet up with each other, and quite well the pain that we're seeing onto Taiza here, while the rest of 3T tried to hold out against Evos. Evos can suffer quite a number of losses as well, and they're both gonna want to keep their distance first off while they try to recover it, but looks like that won't be the case for Tenoshi here as Kunka just goes full charge onto this member of 3T.
Oh yeah, and once again, guys, everybody is fighting with so much zeal. Kunka is gonna be the last member here. The respawn beats, they'll have to come out at the same time. They don't want to stagger this, as Kunka's purple armor is gonna get shed, and he is gonna get shredded as everybody's gonna wail on him. Too many swords, too many katanas. But again, guys, quick reminder. Like we mentioned, top 3 teams at the end of this weekend is going to proceed to the Global Series. So what's in the Global Series, you ask? Well, we are going to lay down the groundwork, but the first thing that we can reveal is that it's going to be $1 million, at least, at the very least, in the prize pool. 1.5 million, actually, just to be specific. But being specific about things, I'm not entirely sure how to feel about the Titan call inside a building. Yeah, Tsuko's like, maybe not today, maybe not now, as they are going to extend the fight, but a beautiful Dragon Slayer on Linlock Go. WCL lose a key member. They do pop that Sacred Circle, but not in time to save one of their teammates.
Yes, sirree, and things are just getting all the more action-packed right here for WS. Looks like 5-1 gonna try to prevent the rest of the squad to try to make a move. Adams playing around the structure, trying to get a pull on one of the members of WS just to try to disrupt them. Unfortunately, no successful pulls coming in just yet. Oh, speaking of which, no, Sunka actually finds himself in the structure, tries to get out as soon as possible. Doesn't want to get chopped into a collapse from the members of WCL. But speaking of collapse, Sunka just very gutsy, going straight in onto WCL, not wasting any time whatsoever, but still got to be careful with Adams getting the pulls. But with him back to mortal form, this could be a good opportunity for WS to capitalize on. Question is, do they still have the firepower to do so?
And that indeed is a question that has been answered by Adams. They still chase, but a beautiful vertical there just to catch him scaling that wall. Meanwhile, there's still a little bit of a fight going on into this fight hut. The full Dragon Slayer was taken, but wow, beautiful stuff by Adams here to take out Haganov as quickly as he can. They're scrambling for a bit of a respawn here as Perry Party do see Infinity and they want blood. It's unbeknownst to them though that Infinity have so much good weapons. They already have a purple greatsword. That is problematic. Rainman, I don't think he did get a glimpse of that, but he's still willing to fight. He does bait out the parry. The Divine Bell is there too. Oh, but the delay, the mix-up gets Rainman. So again, the power of the greatsword, such a simple mix-up, yet so powerful. Infinity now wailing on Juno-san to finish him off, and Kunka as well, eating the brunt of the ominous blade. Can't seem to do much here. Rifle is down, and Bamboo look to go return to their form, taking out yet another victim, and even equipping themselves with a lot of weaponry.
It's gonna be massive benefit for Bamboo in this moment. Just lots to wait, and also, if anything, if ever, although in this case they do have a moment to breathe, but even if something were to transition into another fight, there would be more things that squad in this case. But meanwhile, let's go ahead and get a peek out before we because Swiggy has been seeing a lot of action over these past few moments. So take no action up for Infinity here. So Impunity looks like they are kind of in the balance right now as far as pulling themselves in a fight with 3T. Now Chunko already going to try to get some pulls onto the members of the Infinity. It's very much easier than range, but it's like Infinity going to respond with their own tiny forward of their own. So it's both Simpson as well as his counterpart just trying to get some pull, trying to make some plays for their teams.
That's right, and the action still continues. Impunity look to try and turn their luck once again. They did kind of fall at the bottom of the leaderboard in their previous outing, but yeah, they are looking to rectify that. Simpson already pretty geared up. Not too much though in the weapon repair kit department. But we are looking at 3T, who did suffer the misfortune of overextending in the last circle. But what a beautiful Valkyrie ult. The only thing, or rather the only problem, is that Kaiser did not have enough teammates, or rather any teammate. But that is going to be enough time for them to come back into the fight. Tenoshi has already popped that Sacred Circle. Trying to keep Taiza alive, but Taiza ate that OTG here. Pops the haze, keeps himself alive just a tiny bit. Trying to heal up in this circle. And it does look like Bamboo are here to spoil the party for them too. NDQA is out for blood. Kinda inspired from that performance. Beautiful parry, does not get the follow-up. Instead gets the double vertical instead. Chases Taiza down, and that is going to be the end for Taiza, as the rest of 3T are also joining him in the afterlife. Bamboo looking very impressive. Like I said, Tenoshi very, very close to getting sent to the afterlife. And Chunko, I think that was a fresh res, but not to be. It's 5-1. He's a very sneaky boy here. But nope, it's actually Lin. Lin getting caught out, getting caught by the Enigma here. Silenced. Tries to land for the uppercut. Everybody in 496 attacking from all sides. No vulnerable spots being left unattacked. Haganov, look at him. Still kind of vibing. Please leave me alone.
Yeah, and looks like Circle already gonna close out here. The corruption is starting to spread, but still very, very early into the game. Still a lot of ground that these squads can maximize. And it's interesting to see how we've been seeing skirmishes happening here and there. No real massive fights just yet. I actually do wonder if we'll be seeing another scenario where it's similar to the last two games, where we'll see some hefty numbers where squads will play towards the late game. But what's not kind of happening towards the late game right now is WS just going at it against the members of
That's right. Suka once again trying to bounce away here. Him and Haganov not very equipped to take on a full squad as of the moment. Toby is getting sniped out. Will take a little bit of damage from this, but he should be fine. He should be a-okay. Does get the double down. I lied. I'm sorry. Toby did not survive that. Neither did Cigar Ashes. 496 is 9 Shade. Looks to avenge his fallen teammate. Suka, though, trying to wail on him with the spear. But it does look like they are gonna make a gracious exit here. Toby is already up and running, or at least looking for a revive altar. The Bane Breath is there for yet another extra layer of safety. But we are going to be checking back on them very soon. Meanwhile, FS, full sense, go full send on TGE, and poor Ethan gets isolated from the crew, gets demolished. Rip 113 is here to reinforce. Not with armor though. Same with Ish 97. Try to wail on one of the vulnerable members, and they do. They get that res up. They are going to have to resupply themselves, and Shiburger hasn't called it quits yet. Throws out the F3. No light attacks can go through anywhere, but the risk of getting parried if they did commit to that blue focus is still very much present. Rip 113 gets discovered by Olivier, and FS, they turn this around. They take him down. The rest does get denied. And it does look like there is yet another team we are going to be checking out. And this time around, it's the last two remaining squads from our previous outing, which is BBS and Quint. QE doing their very, very best to isolate all these members. They understand that Bamboo Shoots and Bamboo are very good at the macro game. They really don't want to take this as a straight up 3v3. Instead, they do a divide and conquer strategy. Minds and Loves both attacking Snack here as the root cause for all the sustain. Meanwhile, Meltinez on the other side of the road trying to scale rush his way back into the fight. Beautiful full charge vertical here. Nobody's paying any mind to Snack. Like I said, Snack, so survivable. Is responsible for those super buff health pools on BBS, but that is not to be, as Hancho is gonna try and avenge his teammate. Baits out the parry, gets clipped by that Spirit Sword. And what do we have here? Yet another fight between TM and KGM.
Fighting just does not stop between these squads. TM Sakami is gladly getting a pull onto one of the members of KGM here. Now, Klaus in a very precarious situation, even with him in Titan form. No real backup to help supplement in damage, and just like that, it's going to be TM collapsing on him instead. Not even waiting for him to get into the world form, and TM going to be very, very happy to take that. Meanwhile, we transition over to Kiwi. Love's not in the best situation as far as armor goes, but all is well. There's no real danger in the area as of the moment. Say they should be able to have a moment to regroup. Speaking of regroup, one squad that looks like won't be having any moment to regroup anytime soon is going to be both TGE as well as FS. Both FS have their Titans up. Question is, are they going to get any significant pulls just so that they could sway the tide battle in their favor? Looks like that will be the case here for TGE as they do manage to get one of the members of FS, but still nothing particularly consequential just yet. Nothing consequential that will be one of the members back into Mortal Kombat. Olivia is still trying to roll with the punches here. Unfortunately, couldn't really deal as well given the damage that he's taking, but does have a moment to try to recuperate and turn back the fight in their favor, but TGE just won't have it. They will try to fend off the members of FS, but FS just getting a beautiful collapse onto him.
Love that parry by Olivier there. Did read the mix-up properly, and I would say that's one of the problems with the katana. The first right click doesn't really knock anyone, so you have to kind of gauge the mix-up there, but it does look like there are guerrilla tactics about as Impunity look to jump somewhat weak in FS. Full Sense, though, are fully aware of this situation. Try to go somewhere else where it could be a little advantageous for them. Meanwhile, Olivier on life support and literally on that bound prayer, but once again, they still want this disengage. It does look like Impunity is gonna settle for the loot that FS did leave behind, but it does look like QE are gonna sandwich FS, which is truly unfortunate. That Divine Bell is gonna discombobulate a few players, but not enough to really dissuade them from the fight. Mine still has that ominous blade, hasn't been committed yet. Goes for the parry, tries to disarm Shiburger, but once again, they are doing a bit of a dance of a disarm, and we finally have the first crack, and it's gonna be Shiburger. Try to scramble for a weapon. He does get the katana back, but is it a little too late? The Binding Prayer gonna keep him topped up. Paralyzed is here to back him up. Shiburger, the most inopportune time, will fall, and the OTG will finally finish. Paralyzed.
Yes, sir, really, and just no slowing down for any of these squads so far. You know, as Dan corrected, pace of this game in comparison to the past two is just vastly different. And take note, with only 15 minutes left on the clock, we still have 23. And not only that, we also have to give code quick heads up to everybody tuning in. If you haven't caught on to the code that we have up for our viewers, it's Naraka 1124, all lowercase, for your redemption and pleasure to take.
And here we are, guys. We are looking at slows here. Does look like they've garnered quite a bit of buffs for themselves. I think they do have a Bane Breath in their pockets if they choose to. Moore's Blessing is going to pull a lot of attention and a lot of players to that and make a pseudo hotspot. But it does look like QE. They love this tower. I think this is what? The nth time that we've seen them try and take this. They're sitting pretty, have no real reason to overcommit to anything. And do have a healthy amount of heal, so they can definitely engage in a poke war. And as we can see in the map here, there is a little bit of a fight happening between Bamboo and Infinity rather, with PH1 and Bamboo shoots right around the corner all over Celestra, trying to claim that throne for themselves. But Kao TV is pretty well equipped himself. Blue armor this late in the game, although Serviceal could be a dangerous waters to tread as Pampy and TM, they strong arm Bamboo into conceding the position and potentially conceding the Morris Blessing.
Yes, sir. And gosh, this game though really starting to pick up for some of these squads, and gotta wonder here, looking at TM, you kind of have Bamboo in the distance, but it does look like they're not looking to engage anytime soon. Just gonna get the benefit of the Bane Breath right there. So Bamboo though, looks like they are gonna start to reposition with this shadow starting to spread. They will have to move a bit. Just gonna go along with the line. No real pressure to try to rush into inner territory just yet. Just gonna try to cover a little bit more ground here. Try to get some more information. So goes the situation for TM as they power up with the
And man, again, a lot of control over this Morris Blessing. We have seen it really be the X factor. Keep saying that, but just because it's the truth. you know, it'll be something I'll repeat a lot. TM, they have had a modicum of success. They did come out of the group, or rather come out of the last match the winners, gaining a very, very sneaky amount of points that I don't think a lot of people expected, or at least it was very quiet in the sense that it happened off screen a lot. It happened a lot off screen. Does look like everybody's just kind of, you know, doing the usual thing they do between the 15 to 8 minute mark where, hey, let's just go gear up. Let's just gather as many healing resources as we can to prepare for this long, arduous, and potentially gruesome poke war. It can, or rather, a lot of the player base seems to find annoying.
Yes, sir. And Sancho just trying to outrun the members of the vicinity. Look at them, just hard hell-bent and intent on catching up to him, and they're covering so much ground, not really giving him as many options as far as where to go. We do have we do have another member just kind of caught out of there that will give Hancho a little bit of room to run it out as they manage to meet up with PH1, and Hancho just going to be very glad for that distraction. Mission Impossible escape, hell, accomplish for him.
That's right, looking like an absolute action star. But yeah, guys, this is a time where all we're really left to do is to kind of predict which team is going to run into what team, or what the teams are going to formulate. And we've seen how this meta has turned out. We've seen how these players handle these types of situations time and time again. In fact, that's all we've been seeing in the last week or so. Wow, wonderful shots by Roy here. Phantom too, doing cumulative damage to this would-be rotating 496, and Cigar Ash has no avenue to do anything. The silence on top of him, the spool getting interrupted, and that's just free loot. Toby, oh boy, having white common armor, not very good. Still ways away from filling that rage bar too for that Titan's call. So it does look like 496 is gonna try and be a vulture in this one. They are gonna be out of contention for an aggressive playstyle at the very least. Oh, but wow, Infinity, they do jump on them. They want to get rid of this 496 squad. But for now, Shade did pop that ult. Lands the blue focus. Not enough, really, to stop Roy from aggressing onto them. And Infinity, they're really lingering in this corruption. And at number 3, it's no joke. Shade has to make a choice. Does he pop the Vitalia and lose ground? Or is he gonna stay here and wait for Infinity to ignore him? And I feel like he has chosen the latter for a good reason. Does look like Bamboo are gonna engage on yet another team. Impunity is right here. Not with the best armor though, barring Simpson. They do jump on the heaviest target first. So this could be a little bit of a deterrent. They might assume that everybody else is pretty juiced up. But yes, look at that. Moore's Blessing at the very north. Every single team, they really want this. They don't want to give up that potential flamethrower or blood ripper or whatever they could get their hands on.
Yes, sirree. And as the time ticks out, still have 19 on the field. Bamboo just kind of looking at Impunity from a distance, allowing them not really needing to force anything right now. Just still continuing to play around this edge, throwing out a few shots whenever they can. Just a few trade shots fired, nothing of consequence right now. And yeah, just voting their time here, Bamboo, as well as the others. But what might be interesting here is TM and PH1 are easily within vicinity here, along with BBS. However, TM, great vantage point that they're working up towards here. No team's really looking to approach right now. It just looks like every team is finding their own area that they can work with, and then eventually just play it towards wherever this spread may lead them.
That's right. Circle. Oh dear. Fairly awkward no man's land situation again. Bamboo, they do get a Moore's Blessing for themselves. They're gonna be pretty happy about that. Does look like Infinity is also at the very corner of the winery here, but it's not as dense as it was in our last match. I think we had like what, 28 players in our last 2 circles. Right now we are sitting at a respectable 20, which is gonna dwindle very, very quickly, considering some of these teams have already staggered and are kind of suffering very, very light armor. Not a lot of protection and not a lot of burst capability, but it's really how the ults are gonna play out that's gonna decide who is gonna stay where and who's gonna stay. Wow, actually, what a shot onto Chicken there. A bit of a happy birthday situation, but There is a lot of aggression. No commitment from Infinity yet, though. I'm not entirely sure what hit them now.
Out of curiosity, but Infinity here just gonna go ahead and see what they can pick up along the way. We are starting to reach that crucial moment into the game. QE though, very happy, gotta be very happy with their positioning here right now as they look to find themselves in a bit of a hustle, but no, actually Minds just gonna go ahead and establish more ground here. It looks like they don't want to really commit onto anyone for the moment. We do see Impunity though just below Minds here. Looks like they might have to go ahead and engage. Don't really have a choice right now, especially if Impunity decide to respond. It looks like that will be the scuffle as these teams just kind of roll around against each other. No full commits yet. Just kind of throwing whatever they can at each other.
Yep, we're just kind of gearing. This is the calm before the storm, guys. The clouds are still gathering, and Nero gets knocked all the way down here by QE. QE, they don't want to give this this cliff position, and Impunity still kind of looking for somewhere they can garrison the Swarmer to. Yeah, again, words jumbled. The Swarmer is not the most mobile weapon. You really have to be as passive as you can. You kind of have to wait for teams to jump you. That's the counterplay usually, but it does look like everybody is just, like you said, running around in circles. The question is, Impunity, how are they going to maximize that? Not a lot of high ground or not a lot of height that they could really shoo off and fend people off. TV though, will get for a quick swap. Doesn't want to burn his armor powder, but he might have to anyway. It does take a little bit of splash damage, which is kind of unfortunate for him, making his tiny expedition there null and void.
Yes, sir-ree. And as it's coming down to the wire, take note, ladies and gents, a little over 6 minutes left on the clock. This is where, I mean, it's not as heavy as the numbers we saw from the previous game, but patience is definitely there for our squads here. It looks like a little bit of fire going in onto Chicken. This is where I guess they will be kind of forced to contend as TM continues to bring the heat onto whoever they manage to scout out here. Looks like they will be taking a step back as the number of squads kind of converging this area starting to get heavy. Not sure if TM wants to fight this out just yet. They do have the advantage of range, so they don't really need to commit towards anyone in close quarters just yet, especially considering that there's a lot of teams just right past the horizon, yet they do decide to engage. So they are playing a little bit more safer here. Impunity just shots fired onto the members of Bamboo, but still nobody going for any commits at all.
Right, and wow, bit of a quick down there, just looking away for a second, taking a bit of a breather. WCL, they do get left in the dust as some of these teams are doing the more passive route here. Suka sees the action, kind of peering over the fence. He's like, you know what, I don't want any part of that. It's NDQA. He discovers him anyway, and Suka's like, please leave me alone. I have done nothing but be a pacifist. But sir, the rest of Bamboo are here. Is he gonna pop his Titan Skull? Is he gonna make a last stand? Because he did get disarmed on that parry. But TM could be the unlikely saviors. But it's only Pampy who's really trying to aggress on anything here. He does have that gold katana and that swarm. But so far, Chicken even has one too. So a lot of these members actually have a lot of swarms. This is probably going to come down as a lot of poking now. TM trying to relocate here, trying to find a little bit of cover and a little bit of respite. And unbeknownst to them, there are swarms, form of Chicken. But they have some to retaliate with. And I believe the exchange is about to begin, RTK.
Yes, sir-ree. No choice whatsoever with the time dwindling in area closing in on them. They will have to fight. Impunity's Chicken just taking so much shots, trying to find some cover, but still the damage is real. Fortunately, damage was coming from all fronts, and luckily still managed to last out and live to tell the tale. But again, there's not as much cover to work with here anymore. Just trying to roll what they can. Trying to gain some height here, actually managing to get a moment to recover. Meanwhile, we're shifting over to Mines, just rolling along the sides here. Can't really extend anywhere. There's just a team that they'll bump into. 13 members left in this game. 3 minutes. Things are coming down to the wire here, folks.
As it always has. As Campy, being a very, very happy camper here, just chucking so many swarm barrages towards the rest of Infinity. And once again, Still kind of just doing all the best they can to stay out of the pocket, stay out of this Viper Ning ult. He does pop that Zephyr Prison, giving him a little bit of time and space to recuperate. And we do see 2 stun targets there. We can't really get who that is, but already the fighting has begun. And look at that scramble of names in the minimap. It's almost incoherent at this point. And Bamboo, they roll as one. Hampy doing a great job of not overextending, trying to play within the core of his team. As exchanges are happening, Hampy trying to climb up the tree here, but not the stealthiest approach. He does try to land a bit of a barrage towards Mines, but the airstrike doesn't work. QE, they kind of find themselves in the middle of 2 TN players here. They do kind of roll out for their lives. The Sacred Circle is going to pop, and Pampy once again keeping this swarm as close to him as possible without the overextension. And he does use the katana to try and dash out, but he does get knocked down. He does finally pop that F, but he will fall. And that Shadow Corruption thankfully did proc while he was down. Still trying to climb up, trying to get as much armor powder as he can. Yin will try to join his teammate for a little bit of safety. And Roy and everybody else on this, once again, no man's land of an open space. They brawl it out, they duke it out. NDQA has already found one. He tries to find another for that double. Get that extra damage going, but he is getting peppered away from that Ominous Blade. Has no armor. Slows is here too, and that is his Ominous Blade expiring. He does have that F. I think that's the F2, so he does have extra mobility to chase and push people out. And look at that, the horizontals and the verticals are coming out from that longsword. The semi-ranged weapon, and it's causing so much problems. Bamboo, they are looking very, very strong here as Unique. NDQA and Slows look very healthy. Question is, when is their utility gonna come back up? And we finally see the Sacred Circle get dropped down. And to nobody's surprise here, Roy is getting caught by the Stone Form and gets shredded. Was firing off a barrage, but could die while this ult was popped a little too late. Slow's playing outside of the play area. And Phantom trying to get Roy up with that Binding Prayer. NDQA, though, is not having any of that. They're trying to shake down this tree, but he's gonna give Gao TV a little bit of a slap on the wrist. Don't do that. Leave that tree alone. We are gonna fight mano a mano. But oh dear me, this could be a bit of a problem as Slows did get grabbed, loses a chunk of armor, and is very, very vulnerable to any combo here. Gao TV, though, this could be the end for him. Infinity. They are losing members left and right. We still have 8 players alive. We know 3 of those are Bamboo. We know 3 of those are Infinity. Now we have 7. Who is this culprit? There must be a rat hiding here somewhere. And once again, a lot of space being created for Bamboo to just kind of dominate the center of the circle. QE Banks and QE Mines, they try to duke this out, but are the numbers a little too much for them to handle? The Ominous Blade does come out, and it is actually QE going in full force. Are they ready to steal yet another one? But Slows tries to jump in. He is behind the Tiny. Love dominates this tiny, tiny circle. If he can grab one more, this could be the end for Bamboo. And the numbers are dwindling, but not on the side of Twins. Bamboo, they're breaking, slowly breaking, and one more frag. Twins? QE, they take one more win, and I think that's 2 in a row for them.
Dang, GG, well played, QE. Gotta be super happy managing to play the long game and emerging on top. Beautiful timing on the Titan towards the end, and it was a good done deal. They take yet another victory as far as our games go, and bravo, just again, great performances that we're seeing from our top 16 teams. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Gotta give myself a little bit of room to breathe there. I think it was like, what, a full minute, maybe even 2 of
Yep.
just everybody trying to strangle each other, trying to get as much points out of their hands. The greed, the competitive fire, whatever is driving them, you can see it in their eyes, and they're kind of foaming at the mouth too. Like, we want that top 3 spot. We want a shot at that 1.5 million US dollar prize pool, by the way, in our global series, but we can't really reveal too many details yet. Let's focus on the now. Let's focus on that chaotic final circle. Again, that is going to be the problem for every single open circle. We'll have to suffer, or rather we'll have to look, and the players suffer. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of cover to play in around, so it has to be dancing in and out of each other's pocket, which is tiring in itself.
It is. I mean, again, with just the collapse of action happening towards that end, I gotta give kudos as well to these players. I mean, for the past few days, they've been playing best of 3s. Now they have to endure an entire afternoon to evening of games, 5 games total. So it's not just a test of skill at this point, it's also a test of mental fortitude and just stamina to make sure that your game is on point in every single one, just to make every single point count. And in this case, as far as who's getting warmed up, QE coming out quite the contender in all of this. Again, 2 in a row. But of course, at the end of the day, we have to see how those points eventually translate for these players, because of course placement is one thing, still got to look out for the number of kills, and seeing a lot of other proactive teams as well when it comes to that. So it's going to be interesting to see how all that tallies.
That's right. And people are wondering, what is Raph looking at that side? Aside from, of course, Articuno, who's a very beautiful man, I am looking at the points and the potential shuffles that could happen. And again, throughout 4 games, there hasn't really been anyone that's been solidified, despite QE winning that previous... No, 2 games ago now. It was TM to take the points. I think Bamboo could dominate the points now because they're the ones with the highest kill count. So with the points coming up very, very shortly, we are going to see how the points are going to be spread out. And it's actually Bamboo Esports taking 31.8 points for themselves, Infinity with 25.5, and QE, despite being the last survivors, the lone survivors of that brawl, they finished the day, or rather finished that map with 21.
I mean, that's not a bad way to go. There's still, like, if you can't really go for as much kills, staying power is still something you also have to respect, and that's something you can bank on in this tournament. Now, how much that'll build up towards, that's something that we're yet to see, but as far as how it's translating for QE, though, it's definitely paying off. Still holding that position strong towards the top at 66.2. Meanwhile, both Bamboos actually second and third,
so close,
respectively. So close indeed. Imagine, especially for first and second round, 0.2 of difference. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, again, such a testament of how cutthroat and how brutal and unforgiving this entire tournament has been. But that's just how Naraka is. Whether it be solos or trios, you will get cut, you will get hurt. So it's all about that mental fortitude. It's all about mental fortitude. A lot of these teams have to play from behind here, specifically on the right side of this leaderboard. Meanwhile, the responsibilities of our pack leaders, they have to understand that they can't coast. Again, playing from ahead is also a skill in itself that you can't discount, because a lot of times people are, I have a comfortable lead, maybe Hubris will take over, and that's not the thing you want in such a tight-knit and very, very intense game. But for now, me and Articuno are going to be taking a little bit of a break as we toss it to the highlights. Once again, my name is Raph, and my partner has been Articuno. We will be seeing you very, very shortly.
My friends be healed!
may seem lost in the dust. Still, we go forward. We don't give up. We are warriors, born to fight. They may chain us and try to hold us back. But what is in our hearts must be free. Doubt, failure, and regret are the enemy, but struggle is in our blood. It's all just fuel for our fire. We can bear the incredible weight, because chains must be broken. And glory comes to those who are free.
Every legend starts with tragedy. Their tragedy was underestimating me. And their surprise? Priceless. Because my father wasn't protecting me. He was protecting the world from me. Because the sea is my brother, the wind, my sister. And this wench is your captain. Captain Valda Twee. Got a problem with that?
Get the charge left click can see
一个，但是时间好像不太够了。
mistook my eyes for our god. Was it worth it? Yes. Nothing can hide from me any longer. I now know I was merely a tool to my mother. But I am more than she ever imagined. And I will see all that she has built for her. I am Viper Ning, the Crimson Knight.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Naraka Winter Invitational right here at Top Clans 2021. Now, been quite the long day, not just for us on stream, but also for our players as we're heading into the 5th game in what is the first day of best of 5s in our playoff. 16 teams, the best of the best, duking out for a big chunk of that prize pool, as well as a slot onto the global stage. Question is, which of our teams are potentially going to clinch that slot? So far, there's a lot up in the air. You know, some interesting shifts that we're seeing in the rankings. We're seeing some teams that are consistent, some teams that are actually rising to the challenge of this playoffs. But you know what? Still a long way to go. Last game rather, into our last day, which will happen tomorrow. So be sure to stay tuned with how those points roll out. Arctic and Raf to bring you all the action right here, right now.
Hello, yes, I am here. Once again, I got hit by the lockdown. I was just thinking about how in the past few days it was so difficult to call who was the top dog, who was truly struggling in the pools, because we've seen massive turnarounds, and it seems that theme has all but dissipated, because that has been happening throughout the first 4 games, the 5 games. I don't expect anything less of a slobber knocker. Again, a bit of a shout out to all you wrestling fans out there. But yeah, QE has been a very pleasant surprise. I honestly thought that as I am very neutral with this tournament, but with how Bamboo have been performing in the last group stages, it's only right to assume that they would continue to dominate today. But that's just the beauty of esports. That's the beauty of Naraka. Anything can happen, and these are the moments we live for. Otherwise, it would be, you know, fairly boring if we'd see a stomp all the way through.
Yeah, and you know, these shakeups in the rankings makes it all the more interesting. Of course, naturally you'd think that, oh, top team. Well, actually, it's still technically thing happening. Top teams are dominating, but you know what? Let's go ahead and check out how this will go down as we head on into the game. Let's go see how this last game will come out. Again, it's a game of not only skill but also mental fortitude and stamina for a lot of these players, which find themselves in an interesting position that they need to play a total of 5 games a day, 2 games more than what they normally play during the group stage. So let's see how that all goes out.
That's right. And talking about all these teams, you can see the spread again right there in order. But TGE, they do look like they're about to shred TM's first set of resurrection beads. And for everybody cheering for your teams, we encourage you to do that. Give these teams as much love as you can because they are playing their hearts out. Every single one of them. Talking about fighting their hearts out, it's Bamboo and NDQA leading the charge as Impunity is here too, joining in the scuffle. And it doesn't look like it's gonna stop anytime soon. Beautiful damage by NDQA, just kind of spamming all those horizontals. I'm kind of not sure why that reflected horizontal didn't damage him, but he does land a beautiful shot onto Chicken. Beautiful turn onto Simpson as well. Showing his blade mastery. And NDQA come out on top. He has given them a little bit to think about, like, oh, maybe NDQA is really hot right now. Haganaf, though, has a monster juggle in Taiza, and Taiza's armor immediately disappears. Haganaf using that haste to build a little bit of space, but the re-engagers here in WS also find their first victims in 3T. Yet another set of resurrection beads getting taken out of the equation.
Yes, sirree. And with that, WS gonna be happy with that small victory. But as you can see, action was happening across the board just earlier on. Honka getting the chase onto the members of WCL in that structure, kind of taking refugee over here. Gonna take a step out though, once again to join the rest of the party as they take it outside. Where at the end of the day, it was gonna get the takedown onto the members of WCL, but member of Infinity finds himself in this as well once again. So Eagles looks like they're just gonna want to back away for now and regroup.
Regroup they do as Kunkka is popping that armor powder. They do already have a juicy stack with the Kurumi here rocking that gold armor and gold katana. Where did you find that? As Evos look to kind of take control of this, waiting for that respawn. There they go. They get yet another knock on Galaxy B. What a beautiful reflect, but for naught as they take him down with the greatest of ease. And Infinity already reeling so much. I think that's their first set of respawn, well, their only set of respawn beats too. But it does look like on the other side of the Bamboo world, PH1 look to kind of chase him down, try to strong arm them, especially with the amount of armor they have over Bamboo.
Yes, sirree, and oh my. Here we shift over to FS, looking it out with KGM. Olivier kind of rolling around with some punches against Genji. Gonna try to distance, try to regain composure, but FS just not gonna give them the time of day. Meanwhile, here we have Olivier trying to give chase to the remaining member of KGM. Closes out the distance right away. Tries to work around these structures here, Dane, but unfortunately, it's gonna be a good one too with this massive collapse coming in from the members of FS. He tries to last it out, but still just gaining momentum. These players from FS just not giving him a window of opportunity to breathe and just gets the wipe out.
That they do. FS secure yet another set for themselves as well. Have Shadow Jade Mine all but to themselves as WS and TM exchange in a bit of a range duel here. The bows and the guns are coming out. Or they have drawn their blades. Campy is taking considerable amount of damage. Unique could potentially die from this spear, but will escape with a slither of health as Nero's attention gets put onto slows. But Simpson is already doing so much work, and Bamboo is off to a rough start here as Unique gets taken out. Bamboo might be reeling from that one, and Simpson, they do get a free revive off. You know, they do get free loot off, sorry, my bad. As TM, they lose Pampy, especially after that, all that HP he lost through all that peppering. And Kame, it looks like he's destined for the same thing. The Divine Bell is gonna save him, but the blue focus nearly gets him. He does get a bit of a second life, but where is Yin? Asuka, it pops the Titan form too to prevent anything cheeky from happening. Again, no point of being stingy when we are in such a grand stage.
Yes, sir, and like so many Titans across the board right here. Akame as well as Super just giving chase. And meanwhile, the rest of the members of WS just looking to converge on the sole member of TM. Unfortunately, loses out right away as soon as he turns onto Mortal Form. And WS, just so many collapses happening across the board thus far with what action we've been managing to peek out. Speaking of action, we have more happening between WCL as well as Evil's Waku, trying to distance between himself as well, between himself and Rival. But Rival just managing to get that kill back right there.
That was crazy. I thought he would fake the mix-up and try to bait once again for the parry or even just side roll out. Nope. Just let it rip. Sometimes the no mix-up is a little too strong to handle. Hancho looking for yet more victims to grab and displace. He does find Toby. But maybe that could... Oh, that is so unlucky. He grabs Toby only for Toby to kill him as soon as he detines. And oh! Nine Shade does get tagged up by that Bane Breath. That is their cue to exit as BBS, although they are down quite a bit. That is Death Valley for 496. They are going to wait this out. The Bane Breath is going to last only for so long. And they're peering down Snack. Snack is trying to get Martinez back up here using that Binding Prayer. Benevolent. I love that medal, by the way. Again, just a little unrelated, but look at all these Soul Jades that I hope will actually be useful for Snack. He does actually pop yet another Bane Breath. And this could be the trap. This could be what turns the fight for Bamboo. But they managed to escape out while downing Martinez again. But this time around, they try to commit. They even burn the Viper Ning ult onto Snack. And Snack is not destined for this world. They do have a few beads up their sleeves. That is going to be a little bit of respite and a little bit of room for them to breathe while the fighting is going on elsewhere.
Yes, sir. It's like teams just really making the most out of this last game that we had for our best of 5. Here we have Minds just kind of taking it easy for the meantime, playing Oxydations once again. Let's go ahead and check out where action is kind of happening though. Here we have a view of squad number 4 PP. Again, another squad which isn't really seeming to find any action right here. But speaking of action, here we transition over to KGM PH1 Sierra. Nice vantage point that they're playing around here, but Choga's claws could go either way. In which case, Claws is filling time well, but then again, Boss M just looking to get a pull in right off the bat, and that's going to be quite a chunk of damage going on to the members of KG and Boss M trying to look for a pull once again. Really focus out on Claws here. Fortunately, can't quite find the landing, but so goes for KGM. Looks like they're looking to get their own form of pulls onto the members of PH1.
They do. Boss Ern trying to take this high ground for him as this Titan form is going to expire for Genji very soon. Ern though doing a great job of wasting a lot of Genji's time and forcing Genji to go mano a mano. Boss Ern has no idea there's a bit of a flag going on here. Actually, what a turn. Nearly lands that deflect, but the Divine Bell is going to push him away. Boss Ern and Genji engage in Tianhai to Tianhai action, and Boss Ern already suffering the consequences of getting his weapon disarmed from him. Boss Ern running away is kind of chasing yet another party here. It's a bit of a triangle situation, but it's Boss Ern to fall before Dame, as Dame is going to pop all those Vitalias and all those newly acquisitioned resources. And now looking at Evos here who have had a healthy run. Not the most explosive, but a very consistent flow of points for them. He chased down Perry Party, who's not had the same success. Couldn't land the first hit, can't really get the guaranteed. But it's going to be Juno-san trying to follow up. They do use this Titan, especially in open ground. Pulls out Juno-san. Kunta is an absolute sniper, and Juno is not going to have a fun time. Gets punched, gets knocked in the face, out into the spectator lobby as the Evos who crumble. Or rather, not Evos. It's actually Perry Party that's crumbling, but they do manage to find one in Leone. This isn't all but unsalvageable. And as I say that, Neil Bogart is going to be reduced to his lonesome. He gets punched around and tossed around. His rival is going to res up Leone. This is the killing blow for Neil, and that he is. PP make a bit of an exit on this final game of the night.
Yes, sir. And okay, good on Heroes, in which case, but let's go ahead and make a transition over to KGM, because it looks like they're running the distance, dealing with, if I'm not mistaken, that's 3 squads kind of within the vicinity of them, so it looks like they're just trying to gain some coverage over here. But speaking of coverage, what's interesting is they might actually be finding PH1 in the midst of trying to distance from the other team and cover some ground. Looks like that's not going to happen just yet though. But what is happening right here is 496 as managing to find themselves in a scuffle against Bamboo, and looks like they're actually getting quite a number of good kills here. Whether or not they can go for a cleanup though, that's looking very, very feasible. They get a hold of the numbers onto Bamboo. Beautiful use of crowd control right there, and Bamboo, they're trying to respond, but their health bar is just not looking right in their favor right here. To add further on, we have 2 Titans working. It's going to be all a matter of who manages to pull those hits.
Oh, and Bamboo, they are kind of skirting the line of safety and danger here as the Shadow Corruption is coming down on them, and 496 is doing a great job of kind of edge guarding, just chucking as many projectiles as they can. Shade's cannon has been getting a lot of mileage in this entire series and in this entire circuit. NDQA will have to eventually go into his human form. They do collapse on NDQA. The blessing, rather the binding prayer, is going to be there, but to no avail. He does get his katana back after that disarm, and it does look like the turn is going to fall right on top of 496's head as Toby gets annihilated. NDQA charging it up, doesn't fall for the bait. 496 with a parry, but the numbers, they look to hit critical mass. Shade, despite having a gold katana, does a lot of damage to Slows, but the duel goes on. The clash mechanic saving Slows. Slows does roll out, and the timing, once again, those tiny delays are the death of so many players. Shade will have to escape, well, with as much HP as he can and as much hope that he can return for his teammates, because the previous 2 winners are here, both Quince and Impunity. They look to duke it out. Chicken also trying to run away, trying to chicken out. No pun intended. No, all pun intended. Love doesn't get disarmed, nor does he get any disarms. The Ominous Blade is here to shove away this Titan with Vajra, but damage isn't enough to really stop Simpson from still trying to snipe him out. Gets reduced to 1/3 of his health. Loves is here to equalize, and that should be the go signal for Impunity to maybe just kind of leave the area.
Yes, sir. And oh gosh, yeah, we just see so many times across this game so far. Pulse are coming in from the member of both QE as well as, oh, but then again, we're gonna have to hold that thought. Though we're seeing some pulse, they are also gonna have to account for this corruption coming onto him. So they're juggling 2 things at the same time, these teams. And good for QE, in which case they do manage to merge on top of Impunity. But of course, next thing they will have to take into account of is to make sure that they distance themselves just a little bit. Corruption, not going to be as much of a problem though, so they should be fine.
Well, they should be, but you know how Naraka can be. 15 minutes, we are going to hit the period of innocuousness very, very soon. Not before we get one final fight between TGE and the last member of, I believe that was an isolated member of FS actually, but because of this ballista, they do manage to turn it around. They do considerable damage. Interesting divine bell there by Olivier. Maybe a bit of a misclick. He will go into Titan form. Doesn't get the nab on the players escaping, but uh-oh. Rip 113 has kind of backed himself in a corner here. The Ominous Blade, it will go through those walls, son. So be very, very careful. And Rip is reduced to just still a respectable amount, just slightly below half. FS can't seem to capitalize on this. They do go for the disengage, but Impunity and Infinity, they seem to be in a bit of an entanglement as Nero will have to fend off for himself. Disarmed, and they gets hit by the triangle attack. Gets attacked from all sides. Not a lot of hope there. Wishful thinking if he was going to win that out, but that would have been something we would love to see. Olivier, though, is about to fall. The silence is about to wear off. He can't even land the parry, and wow, just for good measure, they throw the Valvakiel. Huh? Olivier still manages to stay alive because of that binding prayer. Even caught me off surprise. Still kind of chasing him off, uses that scale rush to just yeet himself out. And wow, TGE, they're so committed to this. When they finally get Olivier, they're very enticing frag for those extra points. Wow, Paralyze has found himself in a bit of a jiffy too. Oh dear.
Oh man, these fights that we managed to pad out on in this game number 5, these teams are just making the most of it. Last game of the day now. TGE, they're trying to see. Look at the sheer burger. They're sneaky over there, but nonetheless, okay, that was interesting. But yeah, nonetheless, TGE looks like they are gonna want to go for some high ground over here and catch up with Sheburger as well. Really in pursuit of their very hellbent and intent on pursuing their targets here, just playing around the inside of this tower. Interesting dynamic that we're seeing from these teams in which case. But they do manage to use this opportunity to try to regroup, recuperate, and all is well for TGE for now.
I can't believe I didn't see them coming.
Yep. 12 minutes left. Akame just trying to cover as much distance as they can. 3T though, there is a vast improvement in their survivability, have found themselves in one of the later circles, but oh my, there's 31 teams alive. I doubt that it's gonna stay that way for as long as it should. But we've seen crazier things. We've seen 28. Maybe they're going to break the record for how many players there are in the final circle. The shadow is going to spread in 30 seconds, as that prompt is going to tell everybody and make it very aware that, guys, if you are out of the play zone, if you are out of the safety area, you better get moving because it is going to chew away at you at this point.
Yes, sirree. And take note, we are 12 minutes into the game. We're looking like we're having another one of those games where we're going to reach later, unless we see some more skirmishes take place. But based on the pace of how these teams have been going at it, oh, wait a minute, Infinity. Great one in on this. Looks like there's going to go for a potential setup against these members from TGE, just hiding up there. But Infinity is not going to have any of that. Looks like they're going to want to try to bring this fight onto the members of TGE. No dilly-dallying whatsoever, and looks like they will be forced to bring out this fight to the outside of this tower. Infinity's Gao TV not going to have his time for him anymore, but still, they're going to be very happy, very content in managing to nail 2 of the members of TGE, catching them off guard in that tower.
And TGE, well, that was unfortunate for them to kind of run into all that, all the circumstances that they did. 3T, they are side by side, shoulder to shoulder. 2TM here, they might be gate kept. They do have a lot of avenues of escape here and a lot of verticality to do so. And that's just the benefit of playing, I believe we're in Salstra. Pardon me, my goodness. Could have been quite a bit of a mix-up that could potentially happen here as KGM is holding on to that tower position. We have yet another team in 496 securing yet another corner of the map. Chunko, though, is a target for whatever team that is chasing them. I guess they just use the scroll for info and not much else. But I'm interested to see if this circle actually collapses towards Selstra or towards more open space. And we know what it's like to witness all these open space fights.
Yes, sir. And TM. Let's go ahead and check out these guys because nobody in immediate vicinity, but eventually 13, because of this spread closing in on them, they may be destined to meet eventually. But speaking of destined, KGM, find them in here. Oh, okay. Interesting. We have quite this couple of teams in this area. Sunka, not really sure if there's knowledge on whether they see 3T here. Just playing it sneaky. 3T just observing the fight that is breaking out and maybe go for some scrolls for themselves once the numbers kind of dwindle from the skirmish going on.
And Asuka does get reduced back to his regular form here as they're trying to dance away to pepper themselves away from all this danger. PH1 will be operating without Boss Earn, who unfortunately fell very, very early. They don't have that time. They don't have that space control that they would love to have. They do have that aggression with the Yotohime and potential turnaround with the Viper Ning ult. But that being said, we're not going to be seeing a lot of that as they're going to be trying to avoid as much conflict as they can. But it does look like Chunko has a little bit of a corner here and a little bit of space to be revived with Tenoshi. TM we're not really risking anything at this point. They'd have to pop that Zephyr Prison. Does catch TM here. Akame might be paying for sins, and Tenoshi gets Giga disjointed from the fight, as Akame is going to be sitting comfy on top of this hill, trying to grab people from afar. Tenoshi is back. I think they're trying to get Chunko back. And that they do. This is going to be a fairly easy revive for them. Resources are going to be spent to heal up, but that's not going to be a problem. They're pretty stacked on that. But so far what we haven't seen is a blessing. Nothing to really pull the attention of players, or nothing to really gamble on their side. But it does look like TM have accidentally cornered themselves, as everybody's kind of shooting at them.
Yeah, and oh man, like just continuing here. 3T. Oh, how are they gonna look to engage? They are playing towards high up vantage point, but if they are looking to close the gap onto TM, might want to go for a cleanup here. They do have that as a possibility, but TM, they're fighting quite well. Chunko is in Titan form, gonna look to try to pull one of the members of TM back, especially ones that are a little bit more in a delicate position, but looks like fortunately, as he goes back to mortal form, it's just going to be more of a scare away onto the members of TM. TM, good on them though. They do manage to not only distance themselves, but also recover just a little bit. As the static corruption begins to loom on them once again, 7 minutes into the game, folks.
Oh boy. KGM could be in a world of hurt. They're walking around no man's land, and the Morse Blessing, I think somebody already took it. I'm not entirely sure what they're trying to achieve here, as now they're reorganizing their Jades. Haganov has to find a safer exit here, as 3T and PH1, or at least the remnants of PH1, are right around the corner waiting to pounce at any given moment. Meanwhile, 3T, they are popping off all these cannon shots, trying to get as much splash damage as they can on TM. TM, though, they are sitting pretty. They have managed to fight their way out of that said corner. Phantom does have a great height advantage here, and a great vantage point on top of that gate, as Chunko loses all his armor. Might have to consider healing up here, buddy. As Tenoshi gets jumped onto, they use this moment of silence as a platform to, attack from. The Divine Bell is going to get expended. We are seeing the Zephyr Prison. Yin even expends the Sacred Circle, interestingly enough. Tyson doesn't live to see the benefits of that, though. Campy trying to fight close range with his musket, as this greatsword isn't looking too healthy. He only has one more repair kit, so he has to make a choice. And that choice has to be made very soon. They are going to come out swinging out of this house. A bit of an awkward circle yet again. A little bit of height, a little bit of cover, but a weird elevation that could miss some specific combos.
Yes, sir. And oh gosh, this is where it really gets crazy for our squad. 22 players up, and the fight still rages, just playing around these edges. I mean, look at the number of players, the number of teams that we have just playing around, but looks like, if anything, it's just more of new pokes being thrown out here. There's nobody really going head to head just yet. Gal TV just playing it very chill, peeking over at what's happening to both squads 7 and 11 respectively. But meanwhile, they also have to be careful. They don't want to get pincered out themselves. Here we have squad 6, KGM, getting a few hits onto Infinity as well. This trades of hits being thrown out back and forth, but is Infinity going to commit to this? Looks like not really the case. Roy Hihi is trying to get a scare onto the members of KGM, but that corruption is spreading once again. This map is just going to get all the more smaller, and as smaller it goes, the fights are going to break out. Speak of break out, Titan is up.
Man, Infinity actually, pardon me, they can sit pretty on top of this hill and just shoo anybody who try to take this position away, but that Viper Ning will have to displace them eventually. KGM stuns too. Phantom, he is a little safe here, but Roy gets discovered. Not the same story as Bamboo. Try to gather as much points as they can, and they're hard committing. They're hard committing on Roy. Roy does find a little bit of respite here. He has to pop that ult, shooing away, and even landing a massive stun, but where's the follow-up? He has to pick a target. Oh, but what a whiff on Akame! That was crucial! And Roy is going to feel very strong ennui after that. And I hope that doesn't eat at him, because Infinity is still here. They're still fighting for their lives. Gao, his armor is dwindling away though. Phantom, meanwhile, trying to play the support, trying to get that that blessing to whoever who needs it, as Slows is also on top of the roof. And look at 496. They lord over this land. They do not care what is happening below. But instead, we do have belligerence in the form of Evos, as they are trying to dominate this rooftop in the very same manner.
Yes, and yeah, Bamboo just plays this methodically, not wanting to just swing in their options to see it. Just letting these squads kind of figure out before they go ahead and play for themselves. I mean, there's still, imagine Rap, there's still 21 up at 3 minutes into the game. As the more this corruption spreads, that's just gonna be.
Consider yourself under my protection for this moment. You have our gratitude. Why do they challenge me? It never ends well.
I mean, just looking to going on. You know what's interesting is that, yeah,
Oh my
I think
god.
what makes this tricky is that you have so
Oh
many
my
teams and
gosh.
you also have so much structure. It's a death pit round.
I really hope there's no repeat of whatever happened in the first round. Again, that is what QE is very, very hopeful for. This time around, they're unique and Slows. They take a different approach. They try to take a corner instead of directly fighting for that coveted platform on top of this roof. As WS, they try to weave in and out. They do have a lot of enemies on both elevations. It's Haganah on that Valdeki. Like, you know what, maybe I should go regroup. Campy, the rest of CM, they have to make a decision here whether they go up or guard this door. But either way, there is going to be conflict. QE, the thieves. They've been thieves in the night. And we will see Dave and KGM operate with a bit of another disadvantage again. Klaus is on that Valdeki ult, but he doesn't catch anyone, so he has to expend that spear. Otherwise, the corruption is going to eat at him way too much. Still awaiting rescue, Matsuka. Luckily for him, well, he was in that divine bell. He is going to get his ears rung. Has to make a choice. Does get caught out by Klaus. Can't land the finishing blow. The blood is in the water and everybody can smell it, but a beautiful ult by Haganah. Just can't capitalize because everybody's behind a wall and nobody's overextending, but that swipe by Suka. He gets two. He slams them down. That's a lot of damage, but I don't think this is enough to actually finish them off. They can still pull in. A lot riskier. And everybody is just staying away from the center point. This little valley of death. Everybody's just spamming horizontals and Suka! So unlucky. What's the victim of those blades? And Evos, they have to pop the sacred circles. Both on top of each other, both Evos and this other team. I can't see it. It's QE. They look to steal again. Kuka gets knocked down. The OTG is not in his favor. Thankfully for him, the Shadow Corruption doesn't proc, but he still gets swung on. He dies. Evo still trying to hang on for as long as they can, but QE, they are poised to take this once more. He gets two. He even gets Leone. Did that recover? Yes, it did. Loves. QE, they've been... I just can't find the words for this right now, but they're still fighting for it. The circle, it's eating away, and QE, they have the clear HP advantage. And yet again, they steal the third time in a row. Oh my goodness.
Oh, man, QE. I don't know what's been going on. Like, whatever motivation they found, but congratulations to them. Third in a row. They really managed to find their footing going into the playoffs, and it's been working beautifully for them as far as how their placements have been working out. Again, we're gonna have to look at that final tally of points to see what other criteria has been satisfied right from placement, but for now, just very, very well played out.
Oh man, once again, kind of have to take a bit of a breather there. Oh my goodness. Such an exciting way to cap off the day with QE having a bit of a Cinderella story. You know, a lot of people were thinking they're going to be a middle of the pack kind of team, but you know what? They skyrocketed their value. Their stock definitely went up in this exchange. And ooh, what a day. That is just a good sign for tomorrow too.
Oh, definitely. I mean, with how explosive this playoffs has been, I mean, yesterday we were wondering just how this is going to play out with some of the top teams, dwindling down to the top seed. How are they going to perform? And with the 5 games that we have, none of these teams have disappointed today. And if anything, these with how the rankings have been playing out, just makes the spectator experience all the more worthwhile to see how these teams will end up in placements. Mm-hmm. And yeah.
I mean, what else is there to say? My hair has only gotten messier throughout the day with as much action and as much emotional investment as we've been giving this entire series. And oh man, we have one less game today, but I would say this has been the most action-packed so far. We haven't had a clear juggernaut or a clear dominator of our leaderboards, but oh man, Articuno, you gotta bail me out on this one.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
So it seems like, in which case, conclusion we have reached for our day. We'd like to thank our audience for joining us tonight at the Naraka Winter Invitational right here at Top Clans 2021. It's been great as your casters, Arctic, yours truly, and Raph. And yeah, we hope all everyone in our audience has had a great night too. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Thought we were about to reach conclusion. Yeah. Currently 5 games in. So if anything, this playoffs, this day with its conclusion marks the halfway where you've managed to reach halfway through the stream. So much more to look forward to. And I think, for as we conclude today, and once we see those points, at least this will also give teams a chance to figure out just how much, if they're leading up, then keep it up. If they're towards the lower end of the bracket, then how much they'll need to potentially play catch up on. Because sure, for the first day you have a little bit of breathing room because you have all these games to work with, but tomorrow is going to be game time. Especially, once again, we can't stress how much is on the line here. Quick recap, it's a huge chunk of our massive prize pool, which we already have for this particular invitational, but also how do we put it, even moving forward, there's a bigger prize pool at stake, 1.5 US dollars. So yeah, it's really good if they could reach that global stage with that massive prize pool that they will be able to garden.
Yep, and I feel like I've expended all my words today. I was already at a loss at the very final exchange, but here we are. We are going to be checking out the leaderboards with Evos. Actually taking 28.5 points on that one. Very sneaky amount of points. They got TM with 27, QE with 16.2, 496 with 14, WS with 13.2, 3T with 8.9, Infinity with 8.8, Bamboo Esports with 8, surprisingly, Impunity with 7.1, KGM with 6.5, TGE with 4.9, PHI with 4.1, FS with 3.8, Harry Party with 1.1, and unfortunately for Bamboo Shoots and WCL, they could not garner anything to reinforce their numbers. But once again, folks, we are just so terribly excited for our broadcast tomorrow. If today was intense, tomorrow is definitely going to ramp it up even more, as TM has taken the top spot despite QE and their success today. They only fall to second. Meanwhile, Bamboo, they have 74, and the rest is right there laid out on your screen. And man, anything can still happen. We still have 5 more games.
Yeah, 5 games left ahead for these teams to make or break. But as I said, now that they have an idea of how these points are playing out, it at least gives them a sense of where they stand and how much ground they'll need to cover, especially for the teams in the lower half of our top 16. For those in the top 8, of course, that are standing. But if they really want to hit it big, then they're really going to want to not only gun for higher standing, but also at least a spot in that top 3. So you know what? Let's go ahead and check out those highlights, and we'll be right back with you. There you have it, folks. We got a peek at all those crazy highlights that we got off of our 5th and final game for day 1 of our playoffs right here at the Naraka Winter Invitational, played at Top Clans 2021. This right here is history in the making for our region. As we'd like to recap, folks, we have 2 days of the playoffs. Last day, not only last day of the playoffs, but last day of this entire broadcast will happen tomorrow. And we'd like to thank you all for joining us, not only as casters, but these teams on their journey as they make history in Naraka Esports, an emerging title in the industry. And can't wait to see what's in store for not only the game, but also our teams, our players who have worked really hard to fight at their best in the Invitational today.
Absolutely. I mean, my words, they're still trying to regenerate after all the scuffles, after all the exchanges we've had. But yes, guys, tomorrow, the very grandest of all finals, and our top 3 moving on to our World Series that we can't really, reveal too much yet. But what we can tell you is that is going to be $1 million, well, 1.5 million US dollars in the prize pool. So that is not something you can ignore. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of money and a lot of prestige to be called the global champs of Naraka too.
And you know what's also a lot today, Raf, is a lot of points which have been gathered up by our teams today. Look at that. TM actually leading the fray. QE might have been able to clinch the first spot in the last 3 rounds. But at the end of the day, like I said, you also have to put into consideration the other criteria which adds up to the points. And it is TM that gets the max benefit of that, sitting at 85.8. QE not trailing far behind at 82.4. BE a little near 10 of a difference, just a little bit, at 74. And we have the jumps from 496 at 70.7 and Infinity at 66.8. With the rest of the teams still within manageable distance. If you look at it, there's still less than 10 of a difference which separates each team from one another. However, if you're at the bottom half of the groups, then like I said, massive game of catch up that you're gonna need to play out.
Absolutely. And honestly, we have faith in all these teams. They performed all throughout the group stage. They made a name for themselves, a lot of fanfare being thrown at them, and I'm pretty sure, I am almost 100% certain that every single one of these teams appreciate all the energy you give for cheering for them and supporting them all the way through. So no point in stopping now. But before we go, any closing remarks, Articuno?
Yes, to just continue to tune in and witness history in the making here at the Naraka Winter Invitational. And with that, Raf, we'll be saying our goodbyes for now. I'm Arctic. Joining me was Raf. Thank you all for tuning in once again, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Naraka esports action. But for now, we wish you all a great night.
Thank you guys, thank you for your thrilling casting. Tomorrow will be the last day of our tournament and I'm still looking forward to tomorrow's matches. Through today's fierce matches, the scores are pretty close for the top two teams, TM and QE. And we have witnessed that each of the players strive for an edge in competitiveness. And I'm sure tomorrow will be more intense because it's gonna be the end game. At the end, we would like to say thank you to all our partners again. Twitch, Nimo TV, Video, EGG Network, Facebook, and YouTube. Thank you for helping us broadcast today's matches, and special thanks to our local livestream partner, Mineski. Tomorrow we'll have the final match, and we'll see you back here in 3 p.m. Good night, and see you, everybody.